You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Send the ball in foul territory. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside Tucker. The Royals, 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. The Cubs. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won.
But the game right now is at the plate. Fly ball into right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so impossible, the impossible has happened.
Armchair.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use
Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Omaha!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z?
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with your best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball punch goes, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown!
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice does not stop it. Oh, please.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect to hear CBS Sports Radio.
I think my jersey was one of the top selling jerseys around the world. It was like Kobe, LeBron, and then I was right behind them, and I didn't make a dollar from it, but nor did I want to, because I knew going into college what it was all about. I knew going to my dream school where I wanted to go, the passion for it. And if I could support my team, support my college, support my university, that's what it's all about. But now we're changing it from us, from my university, from being an alumni where I care, which makes college football and college sports special, to then, okay, it's not about us, it's not about we, it's just about me. And yes, I know we live in a selfish culture where it's all about us, but we're just adding and piling it onto that, where it changes what's special about college football. We turn it into the NFL, where who has the most money, that's where you go. That's why people are more passionate about college sports than they are about NFL. That's why the stadiums are bigger in college than they are in the NFL, because it's about your team, it's about your university, it's about where my family wanted to go. And you're taking that away so that young kids can earn $1. And that's just not where I feel like college football needs to go.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Time out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
This is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z?
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
Here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. Go with the best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds.
Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Yes! Danny Marino! This Marino, wide open field, goal for a touchdown to their number 37. On the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Cooper. Cooper has returned, and he is Cooper.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. And Janice is going to stop it all, please.
TIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but 1 inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake. The former was a hoodoo, and the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all. And Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. When the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. When responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
There's something kind of weird about a kid that's never played baseball. Baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
My haircut is over good. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing that was created in open pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American. The feel about America, you get in the ballpark. And it's the wonder of America. It's a huge open space where men play the boys' game.
Touch them all, Joe! You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life! Out of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2 left. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Steve. Here's the front of the plate.
We're down to one strike here. Muriel, the last Houston Astros years. The 0-2 pitch swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to Forrest, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo! See my Lord, was so proudly we and the boy always must be. Roots for skies and bright stars, through the golden sky. All around we walk, so God meets me.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, boys and girls. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. Good evening, I'm Mac McGee. Welcome to South Florida, home of the Miami Marlins. We are live, and first pitch is on the way. It's baseball time throughout Braves country. The Atlanta Braves are on the road for a 4-game series in the next 3 days. You've got one game tonight, a doubleheader tomorrow, and then the game on Sunday. This all leading into a 4-game series in Atlanta against the New York Mets. Tonight, if you've missed all the shuffling around, I'm going to get you caught up real quick. Just before the game, we learned that Adrianza is going on the IL. Now, he wasn't given a specific reason why, and most people close to the issue believe that it is COVID related, so it could just be a few days. They brought Heredia up. Now, if you wonder, well, who's going to play backup infield? In an emergency, in a pinch, if there was an injury, Eddie Rosario would be the emergency second baseman. And then obviously if something were to happen to Dansby Swanson, Vaughn Grissom would slide over to short, as he has played shortstop in the minors. So with all that being said, the Braves are down a man, and we know that Adrianza doesn't tend to play, but we all know how these injuries happen. When something like this happens, it normally snowballs. So we're hoping for a speedy recovery for Adrianza, get him back in so the Braves have that depth. Tonight, it's going to be Jake Odorizzi on the mound for your Atlanta Braves, as Max Fried is on the IL, the 7-day IL for concussion. If you remember last Saturday night, he banged his head on the ground, and they're going to give him a few extra days to get over that. This also sets him up nicely to start the series off against the New York Mets. And he won't have to go head-to-head against Scherzer. Max Fried will go up. I think it's Taijuan Walker, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. So Odorizzi's on the mound. His second start with the Braves, he's 4-4, 3.76 ERA, a 1.21 WHIP. Of course, last time out, 4 2/3 innings, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, and a loss against the Mets. He's going to be going head-to-head against Pablo Lopez. Lopez is 7-7 on the year with a 3.57 ERA, a 1.16 WHIP. Opponent's batting average is 232 against. His last time out, 5 innings, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts against the Cubs. In 3 of his last 4 starts, he has given up an average of 5 runs per start. He went 4, 6, and 5 in 3 of his last starts. Now, he did sprinkle in one game that he went 5 innings and gave up 1 run. Remember, Pablo Lopez at the beginning of the season was in the short list at the very beginning of the season, people talking about possible Cy Young, and he pitched pretty well for about 2 months, and then he fell on hard times. He's starting to look like he's starting to turn it around a little bit, but he's had a couple of rough outings, and we'll see where he's at tonight. The Atlanta Braves are going to dig in leading off tonight, and they are wearing their road grays with Atlanta across the chest and the tomahawk underneath. Ronald Acuna Jr. digs in, and the first pitch is on the way, and here's the delivery. It is a swing and a foul tip at the plate. We are got Braves baseball underway. Pablo Lopez and the Miami Marlins, of course, they are in their home uniforms with the white pants and the black tops. He looks into home plate, and there's a bit of a delay as we've got time called. And the first pitch, the 0-1 pitch is swung on and fouled down the right field line, back into the seats. Plenty foul. It's 0-2. I see the comment about the monkeypox. It's pretty funny. Atlanta comes into this game 7 games behind the Mets, 3.5 in front of the Phillies, who are now in second place in the NL wild card. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. Look like the curveball that misses way out of the zone. It's 1-2. If you haven't been following the Braves the last few days, Ronald Acuna Jr. is really starting to heat up. Had a very good series in Boston. The 1-2 to Acuna, swing and foul down the right field line, bending into the seats, and we'll do it again at 1-2. We're just getting underway here. Early start to this Friday night baseball. Normally 7:20 when we're at home. Usually 7:05, 7:10 if you're on the road on the East Coast, but the Marlins started a little earlier at 6:40. The 1-2 pitch from Lopez. He kicks and deals, swing, and bangs it foul down the third base side. We'll do it again. This will be the sixth pitch of the at-bat to Acuna. It's still 1-2. Braves, like I said, have a doubleheader tomorrow. We'll get into the pitching matchups on that here in a second as Lopez looks in and he steps off the rubber as the catcher for the Marlins, Stallings, stands up for a second, and we're getting set again. We'll get the defensive alignment here in a second. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and banged foul off the plate. Acuna jogs around behind home plate. That ball did get a piece of him, but I think he is okay. It's once again 1-2. The Marlins look like this on the defensive front in the outfield going left to right. It's Burdick, Blade, and Anderson. Anderson, who we normally see over at third for the Marlins, is taking on the right field duties. On the infield, it's Wendell, Rojas at short, and Birdie is off the IL playing second. The 1-2 pitch, swing and banged up the middle. Charging is Birdie, and he guns out Acuna by just about a half step. There's one away. Birdie was playing the shift, so the second baseman was left of the second base bag, playing almost a shortstop plus position on that play. Birdie will be playing second. Diaz is at first. Stallings behind the plate. Of course, Lopez is on the mound, and Aguilar is the designated hitter. That'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. Dansby Swanson, batting .294, takes the first pitch low. And did he go around? They said he did not. Well, they called it a strike, though it may be a ball on your screen. It's 0-1. 0-1 pitch to Swanson, and swing and a miss. Curveball that dropped off the table there for Lopez. It's 0-2. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. Just getting going here in the top of the first inning. Lopez looks into Stallings. Lopez works a little slower than most of your pitchers of today. The 0-2 pitch. Curveball dives down, and this time Swanson takes it. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is Austin Riley. He's batting third again. Matt Olson is your number 4 cleanup hitter. Contreras behind the plate yet again. Darnold's still banged up. The 1-2 pitch is off the plate wide. Four-seam fastball just misses the outer edge. Evens up the count at 2-2. Rosario, the now backup second baseman, playing left field tonight and batting sixth. Ozuna is your designated hitter. Grissom at second. The rookie, we'll talk about him more, and Harris in the outfield. The 2-2 pitch is banged off the plate, and Swanson stays alive. We'll do it one more time. It's 2-2. Pablo Lopez throws a four-seam fastball, changeup, cutter, sinker, and curveball. The sinker and curveball you will not see as much, but he has been highlighting that curveball quite a bit already. So maybe he's found something. The 2-2 pitch off the plate sinker misses just wide of the zone. It's a full count now at 3-2. Miami Marlins in those black tops with the neon lettering and the orange trim. The 3-2 pitch from Lopez, the 14th of the inning. He kicks and deals and just gets a piece of it, stays alive. We'll do it again with Swanson. It's 3-2. So like I said, the Phillies have moved up to second place in the National League wild card. Padres now fourth. 4 games out. And the Milwaukee Brewers, a game behind San Diego, on the outside looking in at 5 games behind the Braves. The 3-2 pitch swung on and popped up. It's a can of corn over towards first base. Underneath it and making the play is the Marlins first baseman Diaz. He squeezes it, and then there's 2 away. Austin Riley coming to the plate. Riley hit his 30th home run the other night in Fenway, 74 RBI, 948 OPS, 297 average on this year. A definite candidate for most valuable player in the National League. And the first pitch to Riley is a sinker down and in, swung on a miss. It's 0-1. Got to figure that Riley has a very strong argument for the top 2 or 3 in the National League MVP race. The 0-1 pitch to Riley, fastball swung on and missed, 97 miles an hour, straight gas right through him. It's 0-2. Right now, for my money, Goldschmidt would be the leader in the clubhouse. And if his Cardinals make the playoffs, you got to vote him for MVP. I'm still of the mindset that if you do not make the playoffs, as the 0-2 pitch goes into the dirt wide for a ball, it's 1-2. If your team doesn't make the playoffs, I have a hard time voting you as the most valuable player, because it's not the most outstanding player in the league. It's the most valuable, meaning you did something to help your team win. The 1-2 pitch, curveball inside, taken all the way, and it evens up the count at 2-2. Lopez yet to give up a base runner, but is at now 20 pitches as he lets this one fly, swung on and hammered right down the left field line. Plenty foul, but Riley really roasted that one. We'll do it again at 2-2. Marlins bullpen has not been favorable to Miami, and the Braves would love to get into the bullpen early and often into this series. The 2-2 pitch, swing and pops it up. That ball's bending foul over the first base dugout and about 6 rows back. Just a loud souvenir. We'll do it again at 2-2. The Phillies are in New York for their series against the Mets. And that starts here in about 15 minutes. We will keep you abreast of all that action as the Braves are chasing down the Mets and trying to create separation for the Phillies. So either way, the Braves win tonight. The 2-2 pitch swung on and just gets a piece of that, fouls it back. We'll do it again at 2-2. The Braves win tonight, one way or the other, they would gain ground, either on the National League East leading New York Mets or the Phillies, who are trying to chase down Atlanta for that final wild card. The 2-2 from Lopez swung on, and that ball's dribbled foul over towards the Marlins dugout. You'll notice that the Marlins, unlike most teams, their dugout, their home dugout, is the third base dugout. And usually most teams in Major League Baseball, it's the first base dugout, but the Marlins choose the third base one. Number of reasons why teams pick one or the other. The 2-2 on the way, swung on, and this ball's fouled off Riley's foot. Don't know what he was looking. He was looking up in the air, but the ball hit him in the foot. He had to have known that ball didn't get any height. 0-0, your score. 25th pitch is about to be released by Lopez as the Marlins infield is playing to pull. And here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep into left center field, going back on the track at the wall. Making the catch is the center fielder for the Marlins, Blade, and that'll end the inning. But the Atlanta Braves run Lopez's pitch count up. We head to the bottom of the first inning. 0-0, your score in Miami.
Leave me alone. I'm a happily married man. There's no way you're happy. You have 2 kids. Your wife is a disaster. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I will show her this. She will divorce you. You will become my brother forever.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. AL MVP Shohei Ohtani was not only a great hitter in 2021, but also a solid pitcher. A stat to show this is that in high leverage situations, Ohtani had the highest OPS as a hitter, and he held hitters to the lowest OPS as a pitcher. This means that Shohei was the clutchest hitter and pitcher.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
George Edward Rube Waddell may have been the strangest man ever to play in the big leagues. A farmer's son from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He possessed a fastball fearsome enough and a curve wicked enough to lead the American League in strikeouts for 6 straight years and to outpitch Cy Young for 20 innings. But it was his personality that most people remembered. He poured ice water on his arm before he pitched because he said otherwise he'd burn up the catcher's glove. And when he won a game, he sometimes turned cartwheels on the mound. He drank too much. The Sporting News called him the Southpaw, and he couldn't quite remember how many women he'd married. Between seasons, Waddell wrestled alligators and toured in a vaudeville melodrama, The Stain of Guilt. On the field, his attention tended to wander. Opponents could break his concentration by holding up puppies or bright, shiny toys. He loved fires, and when a fire bell clanged, he had to be restrained from leaving the game to chase the fire engine. Exasperated teammates and opposing players never knew what he'd do next, but fans loved it.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Miami Marlins heading to the bottom of the first inning. 0-0 is your score. And Jake Odorizzi takes the mound for the second time with the Atlanta Braves. Of course, the first time out was not the greatest of outcomes. He got kind of roughed up and had some bad luck. He hopes to right the ship here tonight. And the first pitch on the way from Odorizzi is a fastball high, 90 miles an hour, top shelf just out of the zone. It's 0-1. 1-0, excuse me. The 1-0 pitch from Odorizzi, swinging and banged over to the second base side. Grissom's got it. He flips it over to Olsen, and a quick 4-3 put out, 1 away in the bottom of the first. If you missed that tidbit earlier in the week, Vaughn Grissom brought up after the injury by Arcia, who was banged up in the first game of the Red Sox game, the game we did Tuesday night. He is on the IL with a hamstring injury. As Odorizzi lets the first pitch fly, and it's a fastball, 92 miles an hour on the outer edge, just kisses the black. It's 0-1. John Birdie standing in the batter's box, just coming off the IL himself. The 0-1 pitch to Birdie is slider, misses wide, and it's 1-1. Odorizzi looks in, the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, cutter, just dove off the plate, and this time Birdie chased. It's 1-2. John Birdie, of course, a big part of the Marlins offense. If you don't follow the Marlins much, they kind of play him all over, but he's primarily their second baseman, and when he gets on, he has got speed to burn. The 1-2 pitch fouls it down the first base line. We'll do it again at 1-2. Birdie, one of the better base stealers in Major League Baseball. As he's coming back from his IL stint. It was a 10-day IL stint, but it was really closer to about 15 days. The 1-2 pitch, fastball just off the plate, and it evens up the count at 2-2. Marlins 0, Braves 0, bottom of the first inning. If you're just joining us, we're just getting going. Braves failed to score in the top of the first, but they did run the pitch count up pretty high. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Birdie, rifled into left field, and quickly on it is Rosario. He cuts it off to keep Birdie at first, but the base stealing threat is on with one out, and the number 3 hitter, Jesus Aguilar, coming to the plate. Birdie hit a hard shot right past the diving Austin Riley. Austin Riley dove to his left. That ball was a 2-hopper right past his glove, and he could not catch up. That'll bring Jesus Aguilar to the plate. He's batting .240 on the year, 13 home runs, steps out of the batter's box for a second to regroup. He's got 44 RBI. Their big power hitter in the middle of their order. And quickly, Odorizzi flips it over to first, keeping an eye on Birdie. There's one away. John Birdie leads off of first, leaning a little bit. Here's the first pitch, and it is a cutter off the plate, taken all the way. It's 1-0. Jorge Soler still on the IL, not with the Marlins tonight. They hope to have him back before the end of the season. The 1-0 pitch. Odorizzi turns and flips it back over to first, keeping an eye on Birdie. Birdie causing havoc over there. It's the danger of letting Birdie on. When he gets on, he's a threat to steal, and everybody knows it. Odorizzi looks in and flips it over again over to first. This time it was a little closer. Birdie underneath the tag. We'll do it again at 1-0. Braves nothing. Marlins nothing. The speedy Birdie on first base. Odorizzi kicks and deals, and right there at the knees, taken for a strike. Looked like the splitter. It's 1-1. Jake Odorizzi, of course, coming over at the trading deadline from the Houston Astros. He was sent over in the deal for Will Smith. He's pitched decently all year long. The 1-1 pitch swung on and popped up in the infield. Underneath it, a can of corn. Matt Olson's got it, and there's 2 away. Had nothing to do with Odorizzi not pitching well, but he was going to be the odd man out, pushed to the bullpen. And the Astros were looking at the fact that they needed more left-handers in their bullpen. So they're willing to try to take a chance on Will Smith, see if they can get him turned around. And they sent Odorizzi to Atlanta. Atlanta, knowing that they had their issues with Ian Anderson struggling and all these double headers that they've got. And of course, now with Max Fried on the IL, very fortuitous that he came over when he did. The first pitch on the way to the cleanup hitter, center fielder, Blade. Blade fouls it off, and it's 0-1. Four-seam fastball that was right down the heart of the plate. Blade hitting .242 on the year. The 0-1 pitch to Blade. He kicks and deals, swing and a miss. 92-mile-an-hour fastball, outer edge. It's 0-2. Blade does have 2 home runs on the year, a 744 OPS. 24 years old, one of the young prospects that the Marlins hope to be building around in the near future. Birdie leads off for first, and the 0-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Got to figure if the Marlins are going to run, this has got to be where you would have to go. 2 outs, 1 on, 2 strikes already on Bleday. Of course, the Braves do have the threat of the pitch out with the 0-2 count in the lead. The 0-2 delivery swung on and foul tipped into the glove, splitter at the knees on the outer edge, and that'll end the inning. So the Marlins put a runner on but failed to score. Olson, Contreras, and Rosario coming to the dish.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. On June 11th, 1938, Johnny Vandermeer threw a no-hitter against the Boston Bees. Just 4 days later, Vandermeer threw a second no-hitter, this time against the Dodgers. To this date, Vandermeer is still the only player in baseball history to throw 2 straight no-hitters. If you guys enjoyed the video, please give it a like and follow for more.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen. By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Next to Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, the name of A.G. Spaulding is the most famous in American literature. It has been blazing forth on the cover of guides to all sorts of sports, upon bats and gloves for many years. Young America gets its knowledge of the past in the world of athletics from something that has Al Spaulding on it in big black letters. And for that reason, as much as any other, he is one of the national figures of our time. Boston Herald.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Miami Marlins are scoreless, and Matt Olson's coming to the plate, batting .248 on the year, 21 home runs, and the first pitch is a fastball inside for a ball, 93 miles an hour, just off the black. It's 1-0. Matt Olson, 21 home runs, 70 RBI, and 815 OPS. The 1-0 pitch is fouled back out of play, 93 mile an hour fastball, about letter high over the middle of the plate. It's 1-1. Braves ran up Pablo Lopez's pitch count to 25 pitches that first inning. The 1-1 is high and inside, and it's 2-1. Normally, when you see a guy have that high of a pitch count and no base runners allowed, normally there's a couple of strikeouts. He did not strike anybody out in the first inning. The 2-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep, but dying at the warning track into the glove of Anderson. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. Olson looked like he might have got a hold of that, and then it just died quickly. A lot of top spin on that ball. And that brings William Contreras to the plate. Contreras, 15 home runs, 30 RBI, a .260 batting average. He's still getting the nod as Travis d'Arnaud's still banged up from the other night with the collision at home plate. The first pitch is on the way and fouled right there at the plate, off the plate. Fastball outer edge. It's 0-1. Do wonder if d'Arnaud may get a start tomorrow. It is a day-night doubleheader. And the 0-1 pitch is swung on and hit hard to short, backhanded by Rojas. He fires it over to first, and there's quickly 2 away. So Lopez looking to get a quick inning after laboring through that first inning. He quickly gets 2 outs and 6 pitches. And that'll bring up the left-handed swinging Eddie Rosario to the plate. Rosario, left field in the emergency second baseman. I was a little surprised that it was Heredia they brought up, that it was not some of the other options of infielders. I guess they didn't want to burn them yet. That kind of tells me they don't expect, as the first pitch to Rosario is right down the pipe, taken for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Kind of makes me think that there's a strong possibility that Adrian's is in the protocols and he may not have gotten diagnosed yet. The 0-1 pitch is off the plate, wide, 95 miles an hour, evens up the count at 1-1. If he's just going through the protocols, he could be activated back as early as possibly this weekend. But you would think, if nothing else, by the Mets series, which a 4-game series that begins on Monday. And the 1-1 pitch is rifled into right field over the head of Anderson, off the wall. Rosario slides into second base, and he's got a 2-out double, Braves country. Braves got a runner in scoring position, his 6th double of the season, and his batting average continues to climb with 2 away. He was batting 181 coming into that at bat, 100 points higher than when he came off the IL. And that'll shoot it up a few more points. Speaking of someone who needs to get his batting average up, Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. He's batting now just 213. He did get his 20th home run of the season the other night, a 3-run bomb in Fenway over the Green Monster. But you'd like to see more base hits in general from Ozuna. The first pitch to Marcell is off the plate and wide. The cutter that misses. It's 1-0. Ozuna looking to hopefully drive in the Braves' first run of the night. Anything that drops down to the outfield should score Rosario. The 1-0 pitch from Lopez, and he tosses it in for a fastball fouled back against the screen, 94 miles an hour, evens up the count at 1-1. Yeah, I always forget about Ozuna's magical gold glove. We never saw any of that in Atlanta. You almost wonder if that gold glove is like a Paul Bunyan type tail. The 1-1 to Ozuna in the dirt. 4-seam fastball misses below the knees, and off the plate, it's 2-1. On deck, if Ozuna can keep the line going, is the young rookie Vaughn Grissom. Grissom became the first Braves player in the modern era to hit a home run and steal a base in his Major League Baseball debut. He did that with his family at hand. Magical night for the young man. The 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Changeup in the dirt, well below the zone. It's 2-2. So you got a 2-2 count, 2 outs, 1 on. And Lopez leans over to get the sign. Ozuna got tired of waiting, so he steps out of the box and will reset again at the 2-2 count. Marlins are playing Ozuna to pull in the infield. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and banged foul towards the third base dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2. Ranger Suarez of the Phillies is on the mound tonight for Philadelphia, and he's squaring off against Max Scherzer of the Mets. Pretty good pitching matchups all weekend there in New York. You got Scherzer and Suarez tonight. Tomorrow night, as the 2-2 pitches swung on and missed, strike three, curveball off the plate, and Marcell went fishing. So the Braves put a runner on but failed to score. We head to the bottom of the second. It's scoreless in South Beach.
Yeah, you can't say white trash anymore. It's a bad word now. Dude, my dad met his now wife while she was in prison, while he was visiting his daughter, who was also in prison for identity theft against his other daughter. White trash is my word. I earned it, dude.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
I remember reading a story one time about Cobb in the minor leagues playing, and they didn't shower in the ballpark. They would go back to their little apartment or house, whatever it was. And every day, Cobb was always in the tub ahead of the roommate. And this one particular day, the roommate got back to the house. And the roommate got into the tub, and Cobb came in and dragged him out of the tub and said from the bottom of his heart, "Don't you understand? I have to be first."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Miami Marlins are scoreless as we head to the bottom of the second inning. The bottom of the second inning is going to bring Brian Anderson to the plate. Righty-righty matchup, 91-mile-an-hour fastball to get us going. Misses high, it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Outside, misses wide, ball 2, it's 2-0. Brian Anderson batting .256 on the year. And the 2-0 delivery is a cutter swung on and missed. About belt high over the plate. It's 2-1. Anderson, Rojas, and Diaz due up in this inning. You missed the news earlier. Adrianza headed to the IL, undisclosed reason. The 2-1 pitches hit high and out of play. It's 2-2. Phillies just took a 1-0 lead on Max Scherzer. That game's just getting going in the top of the first. Max Fried on the 7-day IL. The 2-2 pitch swung on and banged foul down the third base line. We'll do it one more time. It's 2-2. So tomorrow's pitching matchup, Ian Anderson is set for most likely the day game and Spencer Strider the night game, as he was set to pitch Sunday. Everyone's moved up a day. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and hit high and deep over the left field wall. That ball is gone. A solo shot by Brian Anderson makes it 1-0 Miami in the bottom of the second. Anderson sent a cutter that got way too much of the plate, well over the left field wall. Rosario went back, but had no chance. That ball got out in a hurry. And Odorizzi hangs one, and the Braves trail 1-0. Anderson getting high fives with some kind of a football helmet, it looks like. Is there celebration as he goes through the dugout? That brings Rojas to the plate. The shortstop takes the first pitch for a strike. Top shelf, about letter high. It's 0-1. So Ian Anderson and Spencer Strider will pitch tomorrow, with Charlie Morton being bumped up to Sunday. The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide. It evens up the count at 1-1. Now, all of the ones that I have mentioned, they're all pitching on normal rest or even extended rest because the Braves have had 2 off days this week. The 1-1 pitch from Odorizzi is a cutter off the plate. It's now 2-1 for Rojas. The hope is that Max Fried will be good to go when the 7-day IL ends and be able to pitch that first game against the Mets. The 2-1 pitch is fouled back out of play. Against the backstop, it's 2-2. And what that would look like at that point would probably, unless they gave him an extra day off, it would be Max Fried and Kyle Wright in the first 2 games as the 2-2 pitch on the way. High and outside. It's a full count to Rojas. 3-2. Wednesday's game would then most likely be tonight's starter of Odorizzi, as the 3-2 delivery is swung on, and that ball's hammered down the left field line and just foul. A loud strike. Odorizzi is hanging him over the plate. Needs to get this straight quick. That ball left the yard in a hurry. Thankfully, it was long enough, but it wasn't straight enough. So that would most likely have Wednesday's matchup, Odorizzi versus Max Scherzer, as the 3-2 pitch is off the plate wide, ball 4. And Odorizzi's got himself some troubles, giving up a run and continues with the walk with nobody out. And then that would set up Spencer Strider versus DeGrom one more time next Thursday night. So Lewin Diaz comes to the plate. He's batting 154 with 1 RBI. Diaz, the left-hander, digs in and swing and fouls it back. 93-mile-an-hour cutter, foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Diaz just 52 at bats on the year, a 420 OPS. .183 hitter lifetime with 8 home runs. The 0-1 pitch to Diaz is swung on and fouled back against the screen. It's 0-2. On the move of Max Fried going to the IL, Jay Jackson was called up to put in the bullpen. The 0-2 dives off the plate and wide. Splitter. And Diaz was not biting. It's 1-2. One on, nobody out. The Marlins already with the run in. The 1-2 pitch. And that ball is hammered down the right field line. Acuna cuts it off before it gets to the wall. But first to third goes Rojas and the Marlins have it cooking. There's runners on first and third and nobody out, and Odorizzi struggling here in the second inning. That was actually a fairly decent pitch. The Diaz went and grabbed out of the zone and yanked it on a 1-2 count. Looked like it was a splitter that he hit down the line. Those walks always come back to bite you. That brings up the number 8 hitter, the hind catcher, Stallings to the plate. Stallings, first pitch wide, misses off the plate. It's 1-0. Four-seam fastball, 92 miles an hour. Stallings batting .206 on the year, 3 home runs, a .539 OPS. Braves at this point would give up a run to get a double play here. The 1-0 pitch is banged foul off the plate. We'll do it again at 1-1. Yankees lead the Red Sox 1-0. That game is headed to the bottom of the first inning. A game with not as much cachet as it normally has. The Red Sox are still hanging around in the AL wild card. The 1-1 pitch swung on to third base. Riley's got it, and he'll fire it over to second, and it is a tailor-made 5-4-3 double play. A run scores, but 2 outs to kill that rally. It's 2-0 Miami. Good defensive play by Riley. Possibly could have came home there. With that speed, it would have made it really difficult to get the play at the plate. So here in the second inning, the Braves gladly give up the run to get another out. 2 outs. That brings the number 9 hitter, Burdick, to the plate, and the first pitch is swung on and missed. Ball right down Main Street. It's 0-1. Peyton Burdick, the left fielder, batting .200 on the year, 1 home run and an RBI. And the 0-1 pitch is off the plate wide. It's 1-1. Peyton Burdick, 25 years old, only 20 at bats, not just this year, but in his major league career. 1 home run, 1 RBI, and a .673 OPS. And the 1-1 pitch is hit hard into right field, and it'll be a single, and the inning continues. 2 outs and a runner on first. Fastball that Odorizzi left well over the plate. And he just rifled it right into right field. Good job by Acuna cutting it off, keeping him to 1 base. That flips over the order. The top of the order comes back up. And Joey Wendell, the left-hander, steps into the box. Batting .260 on the year, 2 home runs, 23 RBI. And the first pitch is a splitter low. Taken for a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch is splitter, goes down. Looks like he went around. They're going to check down third base line. He did, and it evens up the count at 1-1. Marlins 2, Braves nothing. We're just getting going here in the bottom of the second inning. And the 1-1 pitch is hammered into right field. Acuna's got it. He'll keep the runners at first and second, but with 2 out, the rally continues for John Birdie. He's leaving everything out over the plate, and they are absolutely hammering it. Surprise, finally, Kranitz comes out to talk to him. Guess someone had to nudge him and wake him up as he heads out of the dugout to come talk to Odorizzi. Odorizzi doesn't have his best stuff tonight. And you know the newcomer puts extra pressure on himself to perform well, especially after the first time out. Didn't have a great outing against the Mets, so you know he wants to right the ship, and pitched a pretty good first inning and then has ran into trouble here. So John Birdie comes to the plate. He's 1 for 1. With a single in the first inning. He was stranded on first back then. Let's see if Kranitz got him straightened out. The first pitch from Birdie to Birdie is on the way, and it is a splitter, swung on and missed. It's 0-1. When the Braves come up in the top of the third inning, it'll be Grissom, Harris, and Acuna. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses high, evens up the count at 1-1. Odorizzi now at 42 pitches on the night, just here in the second inning. The 1-1 pitch from Odorizzi. He kicks and deals, swing and a miss. Cutter upstairs, and it's 1-2. Miami 2, Atlanta nothing. Bottom of the second, runners on first and second, 2 away. And the 1-2 is way up and high, misses for a ball. It's 2-2. So you remember the comment by Spencer Strider about the Mets getting fortunate bounces, etc. Well, here's some irony for you. Just looked over at the Mets-Phillies game as the 2-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. It's an infield roller towards third base. And before the Mets third baseman could get to the ball as he was charging it, it bounced off of third base, and the Phillies have got themselves a rally going in the second. So deuces are wild here in Miami. 2 on, 2 out. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and the splitter got him. And Odorizzi gets through the inning, but not before Miami puts 2 on the board. It could have been worse. We'll grab the sticks. Trailing 2-0.
Check this out. Did you guys know that Pittsburgh is in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Yeah. Now think about that. That's crazy. Like 2 cities in one state.
No, that's not crazy.
No, not at all. No. All right. I don't think you understand. There's 2 cities in the same state. Like, how's that even possible?
All states have more than one city.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
There's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
So that's what Pennsylvania is.
Oh, no.
Oh, so Philadelphia's not Pennsylvania?
No, Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania. What is this man talking about?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The 1960 World Series was between the Pirates and the Yankees and ended with a walk-off homer by Pirates second baseman Bill Mazeroski. The MVP of that series wasn't Mazeroski, but instead it was Yankees player Bobby Richardson. His 12 RBIs led him to becoming the only World Series MVP who was on the losing team.
It is important to remember in an imperfect and fretful world that we have an institution which is practically above reproach and above criticism. Nobody worth mentioning wants to change its constitution or limit its powers. The government is not asked to inspect it, regulate, suppress, guarantee, or own it. There is no movement afoot that we know of to uplift it like the stage or to abolish it like marriage. No one complains that it is vulgar like the newspapers or that it assassinates genius like the magazines. It rouses no class passions, and while it has magnates, they go unhung with our approval. This once comparatively perfect flower of our sadly defective civilization is, of course, baseball, the only important institution, so far as we remember, which the United States regards with a practically universal approval. Saturday Evening Post.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Braves trail 2-0, and the kid comes to the plate. Vaughn Grissom takes a first pitch strike at the knees. It's 0-1. Grissom went 2 for 4 in his debut, so he's batting .500 with a 1750 OPS to get the campaign started. The 0-1 pitch is in the dirt. He takes it wide for a ball, curveball on the outside part of the plate towards the left-hander's batter's box. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Vaughn Grissom ready for the 1-1. It's inside. Changeup misses. It's 2-1. Grissom dons the number 18 in the Atlanta Grays. And the 2-1 pitch. Fastball right there, heart of the plate, taken all the way. It's 2-2. One thing I have seen on a couple of scouting reports about Grissom, he will work the count, and you got to love that for a team that has way too many guys that swing way early in the count. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Nasty changeup on the inner edge, just underneath the hands of Grissom, and there's one away. That'll bring the number 9 hitter, Michael Harris, back to the plate. Harris back where he was before the call up. The first pitch on the way from Lopez is a top shelf strike, inner cut. It's 0-1. Harris batting .289 with an 809 OPS, 10 home runs, 34 RBI. The center fielder digs in from the left side. The 0-1 pitch. He rifles it back up the middle, off the mound, but right into the glove of the shortstop Rojas. And it's a quick 2 outs to start the top of the third with Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. The other night in the debut, Grissom was batting 9th. And Harris 8th. They flip-flopped it back. I really think that's the way they should do it. I like the idea better of Harris sitting right in front of Acuna, mainly because you get that lefty-righty back-to-back. Late in the game, you can't bring a right-handed reliever in to try to wipe out Grissom, Acuna, and Swanson and Riley. First pitch to Acuna is swung on and fouled back out of play. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. Braves only have a few lefties in their lineup. It's good, I think, to sprinkle them around. The 0-1 delivery from Lopez on the way in the dirt. Taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Curveball missed way wide, about a 53-footer. Though nobody was on, still a good backhanded stab by Stallings. Atlanta Falcons are tied with the Lions in the preseason game for you Atlanta football fans. The 1-1 pitch to Acuna, swung on and banged over to third, quickly making the grab and tossing it over to first is Wendell, and it's a 5-3 put out to end the inning. So nothing doing for Atlanta. We head to the bottom of the third. Atlanta trails it 2-0.
You ever gonna sleep with Amy?
That's awfully personal.
We don't ask Sheldon things like that. Maybe you don't. I do. What's the deal?
Well, word around the university is I'm giving her sex organs a proper jostling.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. The biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. John Lester will be remembered as a very intense, consistent pitcher. He was so consistent that in 241 starts for the Red Sox, he had a 3.64 ERA, and in 171 starts with the Cubs, he also had a 3.64 ERA. To John Lester, I hope you have a happy retirement. In 1995, a contest was held to name a future Arizona baseball team. The name Diamondbacks won, but there were some other choices. The Arizona Diamondbacks were almost the Rattlers, Scorpions, Phoenixes, or Coyotes.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Baseball is thought of as this game of geometry, the game of geometry. It's perfect. It's 90 feet, it's 60 feet, it's this, it's that. Everything's perfect, right angles, everything's all that. And then it has the strictest rules and it has the strictest history, everything interpreted. And kids play it all over the place with 2 bases, 1 base, with a car parked in the middle of where they're playing. They play it in the street. We played it in the hollow, used trees for bases. We call it the hollow, where I lived in Lexington, Virginia. We had a wonderful baseball game. You can improvise baseball in a living room. You can improvise baseball on a New York street, and people do every day. You can play it in a pasture. You can play it on the side of a hill. You can play baseball anywhere.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. And wow, did you just see that update that trickled under the bottom line here as we were at break? Aguilar digs in for the first pitch, and it's off the plate and wide. It's 1-0. Major League Baseball has just suspended Fernando Tatis 80 games. He's yet to come back from his IL stint. The 1-0 pitch is off the plate wide. No, they're going to call it a top shelf strike. It's 1-1. So that puts kind of a dent in the Padres' thoughts of trying to make a run at the World Series. The 1-1 pitch is fouled off the plate by Aguilar. It's 1-2. Of course, he hasn't played all year. So realistically, it'll be interesting to see how that affects their locker room. He realistically doesn't affect them as the 1-2 pitch misses wide and out of the zone. It's 2-2. But just the same, they had built in their head of a lineup that would have Tatis and Soto and Machado, and he gets popped for performance enhancing drugs. The 2-2 swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. So Fernando Tatis suspended 80 games. See you next year. The 2-2 from Odorizzi is in the dirt down below the knees. It's 3-2. Odorizzi's third inning starting just like his second inning began. Hard time finding the plate. The 3-2 pitches. Fastball fouled back down out of play over the first base dugout. It's a full count once again, 3-2. Testing positive for clostebol. I don't know what that is, but it's some kind of a PED. The 3-2 pitch from Odorizzi. Swing and grounded over to shortstop. Dansby Swanson has it. He fires it over to first. And it's a 6-3 put out to start the third. That brings the cleanup hitter to the plate. The young center fielder for the Miami Marlins, JJ Bleday. Bleday 0 for 1 on the night. And the first pitch to Bleday is a splitter down below the knees, taken all the way. It's 1-0. The 1-0 delivery from Odorizzi. He kicks and deals and misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-0. Contreras trying to coach him from behind the plate, tell him to keep it down. I'm sure Odorizzi, the veteran, is thinking to himself, well, it's not like I'm trying to throw the ball out of the zone. The 2-0 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike one. Fastball top shelf. And Bleday could not catch up. So you got a 2-1 count on Bleday. The Braves infield on the right-handed shift. The 2-1 pitch is swung on and popped up. Big league fly to left field. Underneath it is Rosario. Eddie Rosario makes the catch. And there's 2 away. Get you updated there in New York. Phillies and Mets. Philadelphia leads the Mets 1-0. That game is in the bottom of the second. That brings Brian Anderson to the plate. He got things going last inning with a solo shot. The first pitch to Anderson is a splitter below the knees, but called for a strike. Anderson does not like it. It's 0-1. Nick Lentz is behind the plate. I think I failed to mention that earlier. Nick Lentz is your home plate umpire. Lance Barksdale at first, Ted Barrett at second, and Nestor Seja at third. The 0-1 pitch is off the plate and misses wide. It's 1-1. One from Odorizzi. He kicks and deals, and fastball just kisses the top of the zone. Called a strike. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and hit to the right side, right against the shift. It's going to dribble into right field for a 2-out single for Anderson. He's 2 for 2 on the night, and up comes Miguel Rojas. Good piece of hitting by Anderson. The Braves were playing the shift. So Grissom, the second baseman, was just a few feet right of the second base bag. He hit it against the shift and just kind of dribbled it out into right field. So he stands on first with 2 away. Miguel Rojas, who walked his first time up, comes to the plate. And the first pitch to Rojas is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. 89-mile-an-hour cutter that dove off the dish. The 1-0 to Rojas. He fouls it out. His fists over towards the first base dugout. It evens up the count at 1-1. Mets are threatening in the bottom of the second inning. They trail 1-0 against Philadelphia, but they do have a rally going. We'll keep you in tune on that. The only game that realistically matters to the Braves tonight. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide, called for a strike, a wide strike. It's 1-2. Not only are the Braves in second place in the East with the Phillies right behind them and the Mets right in front of them, the Braves also lead the wild card, as we mentioned earlier, and the number 2 team is the Philadelphia Phillies. San Diego, who just lost Tatis for the rest of the year. The 1-2 pitch is fouled off. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. San Diego's number 3, the final wild card spot with Milwaukee a game behind them. San Francisco way off the mark. They are 7.5 out of the wild card, 11.5 behind the Braves. The 1-2 from Odorizzi swung on, and that ball is golfed into right field. Almost like a sand wedge where he just kind of chipped it in between first and second base. Not hard hit. Acuna's been busy, though. A lot of balls hit to the right side. And it keeps the rally going. So Anderson on second, Rojas on first. There's 2 away. Lewin Diaz, who singled his first time up, steps in from the left-hand side. First pitch on the way is a nasty little curveball at the knees, taking first strike. It's 0-1. Jake Odorizzi already at 68 pitches. He will not be long for this game tonight. This is going to be a bullpen open. The 0-1 pitch is fouled back against the screen. It's 0-2. Fastball high and inside. When Atlanta comes to the plate in the top of the 4th inning, the heart of the order, Swanson, Riley, and Olson are due up. The 0-2 pitch swung on and hit high, not very deep. Michael Harris has to charge in. He'll make the catch, a running catch to end the inning. So the Marlins put 2 on, but the Braves dance through the danger. We head to the top of the 4th inning, trailing by 2.
Okay, you guys, look, I know this is none of my business, but I have to ask, what's Sheldon's deal?
What do you mean deal?
You know, like, what's his deal? Is it girls, guys, sock puppets?
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks pregame show all summer long. Armchair Quarterbacks are doing play-by-play right here on YouTube Tuesday nights, Thursday nights, and Friday nights. And we're jumping on early with the Armchair Quarterbacks show, getting you caught up in the world of sports and ready for the first pitch. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks pregame show all summer long right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your CBS Sports affiliate.
Baseball has these absolutely unique sounds. The sounds of spring, of summer, drift out across the fields. You know, the sound of the ball against the bat is absolutely extraordinary. I don't know any American male that doesn't hear that in the springtime and get called back to some moment in the past or summer days in the past.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail at 2-0. Time to wake up those bats, Atlanta. Swanson, Riley, and Olson are due up. The first pitch to Swanson is a changeup swung on and missed about knee high, and it's 0-1. Pablo Lopez, who struggled in the first inning, with a high pitch count has been very economical since. The 0-1 pitch is down and away. It's 1-1. He's now at a more manageable 52 pitches through 3+ innings. Riley stands on deck, and the 1-1 delivery to Swanson is rifled up the middle, but right at Birdie, who had him played perfectly. Into the shift it goes, and it's a 4-3 put out. There's one away. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley, his last time up, flew out to left field after a long at bat against Lopez. The first pitch is on the way. It's down below the knees, taken for a ball. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch to Riley. Swing and a miss. Change up down below around the ankles, evens up the count at 1-1. One from Lopez. He spins, kicks, and deals, and swing and a miss. 95-mile-an-hour fastball right down Main Street, and Riley could not connect. It's 1-2. I think Riley would love to have that one back. The 1-2 swing and hit high, and on his horse is the center fielder Bidet, up against the wall, back on the track and making the catch. A hard hit out number 2 from Austin Riley. That ball was scorched off the bat. And luckily for the Marlins, they had him played perfectly. That's to the right or the left of Bidet. He would have never had time to track that down, as that ball left on an absolute missile. That brings Matt Olson to the plate, and Matt Olson takes the first pitch for a strike at the knees, outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, 90-mile-an-hour cutter inside, evens up the count at 1-1. One delivery from Lopez, swing and a miss, strike 2. Outer edge. Looked like the fastball. And Matt Olson down 1-2. Looking into the teeth of the shift. Lopez kicks and deals. The 1-2 pitch is hit high. It's hit hard. It's hit deep. Into center field. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-llama, ding-dong, a solo blast by the Ice House. Matt Olson makes it 2-1. Atlanta cutting the lead in half. That ball was hit like a missile. Launched over the center field wall. Very reminiscent of the ball that was hit by Riley. That one just had a little more height on it. Bidet gave chase, but had no chance as it went into dropped into center field over the wall. So 2-1 your score now, and William Contreras comes to the plate, and he takes the first pitch splitter down below the knees. It's 1-0. Home run number 22 for Mr. Matt Olson. Olson, 108 miles an hour off the bat. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed, evens up the count at 1-1. Changeup that was down below the knees underneath the hands. 411 feet scorched over that center field wall. The 1-1 inside off the plate. Lentz calls it a strike. Contreras doesn't like it. I don't blame him. It's 1-2. In comparison, Riley's ball that was caught was 105 miles off the bat with an expected batting average of 510, and it went 377. The 1-2 pitch is a curveball wide and off the plate. Taken for a ball, evens up the count at 2-2. Lopez looks in the 2-2 pitch, and Contreras steps out of the box for a second. Readjusts his gloves. Contreras with his socks knee high digs in, and the 2-2 swing and bangs it foul down the third base line. We'll do it again at 2-2. If Contreras can keep it going, Eddie Rosario stands on deck. The 2-2 delivery, check swing foul down the third base line. That's a strange one. You don't normally see a check swing foul pulled, but that was the case with Contreras there. So you got a 2-2 count on Contreras. 2 out. And Contreras asked for time. Home plate umpire Nick Lentz paused for a second, but did finally give it to him. So he steps out of the box and gets ready to dig in one more time. A 2-2 delivery from Lopez inside. Almost took the letters off his jersey. We got a full count now. It's 3-2. You're just joining us. Matt Olson just hit his 22nd home run of the year. The 3-2 pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3 changeup, and he went fishing. But not before the Braves put a run on the board. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. It's 2-1 Miami. You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair Quarterbacks all year long.
Third down and about 22. As Smith drops the throw, he's got his tight end open, but he's got Carter downfield. He's gone. Michigan leads the game with a first touchdown and a bomb. But Carter, 71 yards. Cal State's lead 7-3. There he goes. Ohio State touchdown. That's that old 1-2 punch. You fake to him the first time and let him have it the second time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season. On 2nd and 10.
And he's open.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair Quarterbacks.
After a spectacular early season in 1877, the Louisville Grays of the new National League mysteriously lost 7 games in a row. Players bobbled the ball, seemed to slow between bases, swung suspiciously wide. The Grays lost the pennant. Afterwards, some were seen wearing fancy clothes and diamond stick pins. An investigation revealed that gamblers had bought off 4 players, including one of the National League's greatest pitchers, the popular Jim Devlin. When confronted with the evidence, Devlin confessed.
Was introduced to a man named McLeod, who said when I wanted to make a little money to let him know was to use the word sash in telegraphing, and he would know what was meant. We made a contract to throw a game in Indianapolis, received $100 from McLeod for it, and gave it to my wife.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trailed the Florida Marlins, Miami Marlins, excuse me. I knew that I was going to do that. 2-1. We're heading to the bottom of the fourth. Braves have new life after the Olsen home run. The first pitch from Odorizzi is off the plate. Did he go around? Looked like he might have chased, but the first base umpire, Lance Barksdale, says he did not. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled down the first base line. Do it again at 1-1. Miami 2, Atlanta 1. The Braves hoping to get this W and put some heat on the Mets and Phillies, who are playing each other tonight. The 1-1 pitch is in the dirt, taken all the way. It's 2-1. Mets and Phillies, they're tied up at 1 apiece. That game is in the bottom of the third inning. Odorizzi looks into Contreras, and the 2-1 pitch is swung on, and that ball is going to get into the gap, splitting right and center field, giving chases Acuna. He gets to it first, fires it back into the infield, but Stallings starts the fourth inning with a leadoff double. The number 9 hitter, Burdick, coming to the plate. Odorizzi once again leaving the ball over the plate. Four-seam fastball that started on the outer edge and then started to dance back, almost like two-seam action, and it caught way too much of the plate. Jacob Stallings getting his 8th double of the year. So Odorizzi's got to get to work now as he digs in against Burdick, and the first pitch to Burdick is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Cutter on the outer edge. It's not good, but it seems like to me tonight that it's been the fastball that Odorizzi has failed to locate. Of course, the Braves with a doubleheader tomorrow, and then of course they have starting tonight, wrapping into next week. The 0-1 pitch is off the plate and wide, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. The next 10 days, the Braves play 11 games, 4 against the Mets, 3 against the Houston Astros. So none of them are going to be easy. The doubleheader tomorrow against the Marlins, who are always pesky. Burdick, the number 9 hitter, digs in the 1-1 pitch. Odorizzi kicks and deals, swing and a miss, strike 2. Cutter on the outer edge. It's 1-2. It's hard to navigate without that fastball, but you almost want to see Odorizzi abandon the fastball, use the cutter for the rest of this game. See if he can get through it. The 1-2 on the way, swing and banged off the plate. Got a piece of the splitter just to stay alive. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is the leadoff hitter, Wendell. Colin McHugh is already warming up in the Atlanta Braves bullpen. The 1-2 pitch from Odorizzi, looks over his shoulder, kicks and deals, and that fastball runs high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. No, that's a hard deal to try to navigate without that fastball, but I feel like Kranitz or someone needs to go out there and talk to him, just tell him to put that thing aside. He is not hitting the zone with that fastball at all. The 2-2 pitch is on the way. This time the cutter misses high. Full count now. It's 3-2. So at one point, a 1-2 count, Odorizzi now has the count full, and he's behind with the runner on second, nobody out, and the top of the Marlins order due up. 3-2 pitch on the way from Odorizzi. He kicks and deals, swung on and popped up. It was the cutter over by the Marlins third base dugout. Contreras makes the catch, and there's one away. Just enough movement on that cutter to get him off balance, got underneath it and lifted it up. Contreras making the catch just past the on deck circle next to the Marlins dugout. And that'll bring Wendell to the plate. Wendell's 1 for 2. Wendell from the left-hand side digs in, and the first pitch is down below the knees. Splitter misses. It's 1-0. You wonder if he were to lose Wendell, would Odorizzi even face Birding, who's on deck? The 1-0 pitch is swung on and hit high and deep into right field, but underneath it is Acuna. He'll grab it and launch it back into the infield. Riley catches the ball on the fly. There's 2 away, and there was no way the catcher Stallings was moving on that play. That ball was airmailed right into the glove on Riley. He had to backpedal a couple of steps to keep the ball from going over his head. Acuna's got an absolute rifle on him. So with an F9 there, that brings John Birdie back to the plate. And his speed, righty-righty matchup, the first pitch on the way is in the dirt. Splitter missed about 2 or 3 feet in front of the plate. Good job by Contreras from keeping the ball from getting away. It's 1-0. Contreras 1 for 2 on the night. Singled his first time up, struck out his second time up. The 1-0 pitch. Odorizzi kicks and deals, top of the zone, just gets the call. Birdie doesn't like it. Look like the cutter. It's 1-1. Marlins 2, Braves 1. Runner on second. John Birdie at the plate. Kicks and deals, swing and hit into center field. Right there at his tracks is Michael Harris. He'll put the biscuit in the basket and end the inning. So the Marlins get a leadoff double. Odorizzi walks around, gets around it, and the Braves will go grab the sticks. We head to the top of the 5th inning. Atlanta trails by just 1.
He only has 3 rings.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Against the blitz. Touchdown. Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Maury onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maury. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie. A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Rose broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson.
You're a fan of the ACC? Pull up an armchair. You're home.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
Despite growing professionalism, the Pure game survived in thousands of small towns all across the country. Sam Crawford, who would one day become one of the best outfielders in the game, first played on a traveling town team from Wahoo, Nebraska.
I remember when I made my first baseball trip, a bunch of us from around Wahoo made a trip overland in a wagon drawn by a team of horses. I think there were 11 or 12 of us. One of the boys was a cornet player, and when we'd come to a town, he'd whip out that cornet and sound off. People would all come out to see what was going on, and we'd announce that we were the Wahoo team and were ready for the ball game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail Miami, but only 2-1. And Atlanta will send Rosario, Ozuna, and Vaughn Grissom to the plate to start the inning. If you're just joining us and missed the news, San Diego Padres Fernando Tatis suspended 80 games for PEDs. He is done until next year. First pitch on the way to Rosario is a curveball in the dirt. Taken for a ball, it's 1-0. Pitch to Rosario. Fastball right there at the edge. Called for a strike. Evens up the count at 1-1. Odorizzi may be done for the night. He's got 87 pitches in 4 innings. He really has not had it, but he's tried to work his way through it, gut it out. The 1-1 pitch is in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 2-1. He's getting those types of conversations in the dugout that makes you think he may not be going back out for inning number 5. The 2-1 to Rosario. Lopez fires it down below the knees. And what? Nick Lentz calls out a strike. He's been blowing a lot of calls below the plate. Rosario steps out of the box and shakes his head. Just another bad call by Nick Lentz. Evens up the count at 2-2. 2-2 pitch to Lopez in the dirt from Lopez, and full count to Eddie Rosario. 3-2. That was the curveball that dove into the batter's box. So you got a 3-2 count from Lopez to Rosario. Pitch on the way, swung on and hammered into right field, but the Marlins are shifting that way. Birdie, who's playing basically a shallow right field as opposed to second base, makes the play. He'll flip it over to first, a 4-3 put out, and there's one away. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Ozuna, first pitch is in down below the knees, 95-mile-an-hour fastball low. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Lopez as he lifts his leg, kicks and deals, and it's a 2-hopper to short. Rojas can take his time as Ozuna trots down to first, gets gunned down, 6-3 put out, and there's 2 away to start the Braves' 5th. That'll bring Vaughn Grissom to the plate. Vaughn Grissom 0 for 1 on the night. Strikeout in the third. Lopez with 77 pitches has managed his pitch count pretty well. The first pitch to Grissom is a changeup swung on and miss right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Lopez swung on and banged foul towards the third base dugout. It's quickly 0-2 to the kid. Braves one swing away from tying this up. Marlins in the bottom of the fifth inning will have their 3, 4, 5 hitters up. Aguilar, Blade, and Anderson. The 0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Curveball got him. And that'll end the inning. So the Braves, another quiet inning. We head to the bottom of the fifth. It's 2-1 Miami.
Braves, wait a minute. Do you think you got me a tape of the show?
What on earth for?
Well, how often do you get to hear your son on the radio?
I'm on the radio every day.
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks.
It could be like a government conspiracy, but it also could be something like, Bigfoot. What's your number one?
We never went to the moon. I don't believe it. I think it's a hoax.
All right.
They filmed it in a studio. Why didn't we ever go back?
All right. The crazies is coming out in us today. I'll see that and I'll raise you Area 51. I think there's little Martians and everything running around out there. And I think we're hiding something. We're hiding something out there. There's too many accounts of too many things that go wrong. And don't keep on telling me that it was a balloon that went by. The balloons aren't that big, okay? They don't go by that often. It's a little strange we haven't seen one in the last 30 years since technology's gotten better. There's been too many times where they've interviewed guys who were out there and they say, when they ask them, can you say what you've seen? And he goes, no, I'm sworn to secrecy. Well, why are you sworn to secrecy if nothing happened out there? Something went down.
Armchair. I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
On February 2nd, 1876, at Manhattan's Grand Central Hotel, a group of club owners, eager to tighten their control of the game, restore its respectability, and most of all, to ensure greater profits, started a new association. They called it the National League of Professional Baseball Clubs.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. And sure as enough, as we were talking about it last inning, Odorizzi is done for the night. Colin McHugh comes in, the right-hander with a 3.19 ERA, and he kicks and deals the first pitch, and it's a 91-mile-an-hour fastball, outer edge, knee high for a strike. It's 0-1. Odorizzi did not have his good stuff tonight, but he did hang in there for 4 innings to keep the game close enough. The 0-1 pitch is fouled back. Looked like the slider. It's 0-2. Aguilar, Blade, Anderson, 3, 4, 5 hitters coming to the plate. The 0-1 in the dirt, wide for a ball. It's 1-2. Atlanta should have a good scoring opportunity next inning. Harris, Acuna, and Swanson lead it off. The 1-2 from McHugh. Did he go around? Looked like he chased it. First base umpire Lance Barkdale said he did not. I don't know about that call. It's 2-2. Aguilar got a gift there. He looked like he broke the plane. The 2-2 pitch on the way from Aguilar to Aguilar. McHugh kicks and deals, swung on and hit hard into center field, but underneath it to make the catch is Harris. There's one away. Second time tonight that a ball was hit right on the screws right at the center fielder. He didn't have to move much. So an F8 if you're scoring at home. And Bleday, the left-hander, 0 for 2 on the night. Steps up, and the first pitch he hammers foul down the right field line. Off the screen, out of play. It's 0-1. A lot of NFL action going on this weekend and tonight. Of course, it's all preseason. First of 3 exhibitions for most teams. The 0-1 pitch from McHugh in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. And speaking of that, Tom Brady is expected to be out for about 10 days for personal reasons from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The 1-1 pitch, cutter right there at the knees, outer edge of the plate. It's 1-2 to the cleanup hitter for the Marlins. I think he was looking for something off speed and it whistled right by him. The 1-2 pitch to Bleday, swung on and hit hard right at Olsen. A one hopper that Olsen grabs, underhands it to McHugh, who's covering first. He steps on the pillow and there's 2 away. That was a hard hit ball. Good play by Matt Olsen. Good job by Colin McHugh covering first quickly. As the speedy center fielder was quick out of the box. That'll bring Brian Anderson to the plate. Anderson's yet to be put out. Home run, a single, a run scored. The first pitch is swung on and hit high, but playable into right field. Underneath it is Acuna, and that'll end the inning. So a pretty quick 1-2-3 inning for the Braves pitcher. First time tonight. We'll head to the top of the 6th inning. Braves trail by 1.
You couldn't figure out the World's theory for yourself? It's just common sense. Anybody knows you got to keep your worlds apart. George is getting upset.
I'm going to go, and I guess to hone it in, I was going to say chemicals, but cleaning supplies.
Okay, yeah, I like it.
You can go cheap on them. You can buy store brand. Doesn't clean to your satisfaction. Just add a little more to it.
What you and I have told the American public today is there's certain things that you don't want to go cheap on, but if it comes down to your health or your cleanliness, you're fine with it.
Armchair.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
We sitting here, I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice. Not a game, not a game. We talking about practice.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Every magnate in the country is indebted to this man, Harry Wright, for the establishment of baseball as a business, and every patron for furnishing him with a systematic recreation. Every player is indebted to him for inaugurating an occupation by which he gains a livelihood, and the country at large for adding one more industry to furnish employment, sporting.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball as we get set for the top of the 6th inning. And the first pitch is on the way to Harris. Swung on and rifled into the gap. That bullet's going to go into the gap off the wall. Harris is around first, and it's a leadoff double by Michael Harris II. First pitch swinging, and he absolutely hammered that ball. Split the left fielder and center fielder right there in the 7-8 gap. And it left in a hurry, went slamming off the wall. A good play by Blade, by the way, to get the ricochet off the wall. If he doesn't play that perfectly, Harris is probably standing on third. That'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. The Braves trying to tie this up. He's 0 for 2 with 2 ground outs. And the first pitch to Acuna from Lopez as he checks the runner back, kicks and deals, and it's a sinker down below the knees. It's 1-0. Armchair Quarterbacks 1 out-of-town scoreboard looks like this so far. Phillies and Mets are tied at 1 in the 4th. Orioles lead the Rays 3-0. That game is in the 5th. The return of Juan Soto to Washington, Padres and Nationals, as the 1-0 pitch is in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's 2-0 to Acuna. Padres lead that 1-0. Soto, by the way, with a quick check of it, he is 0 for 2 on the night. Got to figure that he probably got a pretty good reception, but you never know how those fans feel about him not wanting to sign long term. The 2-0 pitch on the way, swung on and banged foul down the third base line. We'll do it again at 2-1. Acuna, by the way, in 27 games, a .355 batting average in Miami. Of course, this is also where he suffered that terrible injury last year. Yankees lead the Red Sox 2-0 in the 4th. Tigers and White Sox, it's scoreless, top of 5. The Mariners and Rangers, same score in the bottom of the 1st. Dodgers and Royals just getting underway. The 2-1 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back. Acuna loses his balance, dives over second base, dives over the plate, and almost lost his balance to the point of falling. He caught himself with his right hand. He was trying to put a charge into that one. Lopez looks in for the sign. The 2-2 to Acuna is on the way, and inside changeup for a ball. It's 2-2. Also on that scoreboard, if you have any interest in the National Football League, Browns and Jaguars, Cleveland leads Jacksonville 14-13. Deshaun Watson was set to play tonight amid the appeal of the suspension. The 3-2 pitch swung on and grounded up the middle. Play is made by Birdie. Harris makes it from second to third on the play. Acuna is out, but he did move the runner. So all in all, a successful at bat, and the tying run stands on third. Arizona Cardinals lead the Bengals 9-6 in the second quarter. Eagles 14, Jets 3 in the second. It appears that's all there is in the National Football League tonight. The Miami Marlins are going to pull the infield in, and Austin Riley is at the bat. The first pitch on the way to Riley's a changeup, swung on and banged foul off the plate. It's 0-1. Deshaun Watson did play in that game, by the way. 1 for 5, 7 yards passing against the Jaguars defense, the $240 million man. I'm sorry, but I find that humorous. The 0-1 pitch to Swanson is in the dirt. Good block by Stallings. He had to backhand that like a hockey goalie to keep that from going past him. Harris would have scored easily. That ball was in the left-handed batter's box. He had to slide backhand it on his knees. He didn't catch it, but he kept it from getting away. On deck is Austin Riley, so Lopez doesn't really want to pitch around Dansby, even if he knows it would set up a double play. The 1-1 pitch, change up inside, ball 2, it's 2-1. Any football fans that are out there, the Armchair Quarterbacks will be doing the wake-up show tomorrow, 9 a.m. to noon. You're talking NFL, college football, Major League Baseball, and then finish it up with fantasy football every Saturday. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2, 94 miles an hour, right down the heart of the plate. Dansby just could not catch up. Might have been looking for that changeup. So Harris leads off third. Lopez looking him back. The 2-2 pitch with the infield in. And swung on and hit deep into center field, but not deep enough. Here comes the throw to the plate. Harris is underneath the tag, and we got us a tie ball game in Miami. Dansby Swanson fought the ball into center field. I thought he'd hit it a little deeper than what he did. It was about midway into center field. Bidet, by the way, a very good throw. Harris just has elite speed and was able to beat the throw. Bidet absolutely hosed that ball right there at the plate, a one hopper, perfectly in line. Most guys would have been meat there. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Riley's 0 for 2. The first pitch is swung on, and it's rifled down the left field line. It's going to bang around, and just like a pinball, Riley's going to cruise into second with the 2-out double. Well, that didn't take long for him to finally get back on the board. Austin Riley hammered that pitch, a changeup about knee high, and that brings Matt Olson to the plate. Don Mattingly is coming out, and he is going to pull Lopez. So the Braves have finally ran Lopez out of the game. We'll head to the break. When we come back, Olson coming to the plate with a runner on second.
Let me sum it up. Twitter is stupid, and Instagram is Twitter for people who can't read.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball every Friday night, first pitch to last pitch, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This year, choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3 ounce serving, Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
The magnitude of the conspiracy stunned the baseball world. The Louisville Grays suspended the accused players, who claimed they had only done it because their owners had failed to pay them their wages. Devlin was brought before National League President William Hulbert.
Devlin was in tears.
Hulbert was in tears. I saw Hulbert take a $50 bill and press it into the palm of the prostrate player. And then I heard him say, "That's what I think of you personally. Damn you, Devlin. You are dishonest. You have sold a game, and I can't trust you. Now go and let me never see your face again, for your act will not be condoned so long as I live. Albert Goodwill Spaulding."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves have tied it up, but Steven Okert is coming in, the lefty, to face the left-handed hitting Matt Olson. Riley is on second base with 2 away. The first pitch by Okert is a fastball way off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Okert with the .277 batting average. ERA, excuse me. The 1-0 delivery is fastball way off the plate, 94 miles an hour. Stallings jumps up like he's going to gun it back to second. Riley dives back in, but there is no throw. It's 2-0. On deck is William Contreras. Olson, his last time up, hit a 400-plus foot home run over the center field wall. The 2-0 pitch. Slider misses wide and outside. It's 3-0. Of course, he did that against Pablo Lopez. One of the reasons why Mattingly came out there to get his starting pitcher. William Contreras standing on deck. Will he get a chance this inning? The 3-1 delivery. Fastball right there at the knees. Inner cut, taken for a strike. It's 3-1. All in all, good take by Olson. That was a pitcher's pitch. Looks like the Packers and 49ers are getting underway out west in preseason action. The 3-1 pitch swung on. Slider banged foul down the first base line, and it's now a full count to Matt Olson. Drake London, for you Atlanta football fans, Drake London was injured in the preseason game. They took him out. I don't know how the severity of it, but they did say he would not come back. 3-2 pitch on the way to Olson, swung on and fouled back behind home plate, out of play, and we'll do it again at 3-2. Okert pretty much lives fastball slider, and he's thrown 2 consecutive sliders to Olson. His slider and his fastball, about a 13-mile-an-hour difference. The 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on and banged over to first base, making the play. And did he beat the throw? He beat the foot, but he got tagged. Matt Olson gets tagged at first, heading towards first base. Okert got the relay. And honestly, I don't know what Diaz was doing. We'll be back in a flash to talk more about it.
Imaginary hat. What is this? What are we doing?
So dumb.
Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks pregame show all summer long. Armchair Quarterbacks are doing play-by-play right here on YouTube, Tuesday nights, Thursday nights, and Friday nights. Jumping on early with the Armchair Quarterbacks show, getting you caught up in the world of sports and ready for the first pitch. It's the Armchair Quarterbacks pregame show all summer long, right here, Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your CBS Sports affiliate.
G'day, hi Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino. My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly. A delicate matter, but a bird wingman is useless. So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put cream where he can't reach. Between his shoulder blades. The safe zone.
Like anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coach. And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted. Eye contact. Scented candles. Power balance. And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers. Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair. Rose, what was your first impression of me? I thought you wore too much makeup and were a slut. I was wrong. You don't wear too much makeup.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Despite their pleas for forgiveness, Hulbert banned all 4 players from baseball forever. For 5 years, Jim Devlin haunted the corridors outside meetings of the National League club owners, hoping somehow to be reinstated. Desperate, he wrote to Harry Wright, still the most respected man in the game. Harry Wright did nothing.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves have just tied it up 2-2 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Colin McHugh is back out on the mound. And the first pitch from McHugh's just on the top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Cutter might have missed a tad, but he got the benefit of the call. The 0-1 pitch is off the plate, wide for a ball, evens up the count at 1-1. One delivery from McHugh right there at the knees. Slider taken all the way. It's 1-2. Colin McHugh worked the 5th inning, a clean 5th inning, a quick 5th inning, as this is only his 14th pitch of the night. The 1-2 pitch is fouled down the first base line. We'll do it again at 1-2. Rojas, Diaz, and Stallings due up in this inning. The 1-2 on the way from McHugh is swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider and Rojas went around. First base umpire confirmed it. It was a check swing, could not hold up, and there's one away. The slider just dove off the side of the plate, and he did chase it. So that'll bring up Diaz, the first baseman, and the first pitch to him is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Diaz 1 for 2 on the night. The 1-0 pitch is cutter outside. It's 2-0. That last play at the end of the top of the 6th inning, it was a strange one. Olson grounded to first, and Diaz, the first baseman, kind of triple clutched the ball. The 2-0 pitch is down below the knees. Ball 3, it's 3-0. And Olson beat the pitcher who was slow to get over there to the bag. The problem is the 3-0 pitch from McHugh is just off the plate wide. Ball 4, a 4-pitch walk to Diaz, puts 1 on with 1 away. And the number 8 hitter Stallings, who hit a double his last time up, to the plate. One of the few times that if Olson would have slid into first, he would have been safe. As when the pitcher covering first grabbed the ball, he was able to tag Olson on the waist right before Olson touched the bag, but the pitcher was 2 steps behind him. First pitch on the way to Stallings is off the plate and wide. Now 5 balls in a row. It's 1-0. Braves 2, Marlins 2. Bottom of the 6th, 1 away. The 1-0 pitch right there at the edge of the plate. McHugh got the benefit of the doubt on that one. Cutter called for a strike. It's 1-1. A 1-1 pitch from McHugh to Stallings. McHugh taking his time, kicks and deals, and that ball is banged through the right field of the infield, right side of the infield. Braves playing a shift, and it's going to be a 1-out single. Diaz going from first to second. Acuna charged the ball and stopped Diaz from going first to third. But there's trouble brewing in the bottom of the 6th. McHugh's ran into a bit of trouble after getting the first 4 outs with no problem. That'll bring the number 9 hitter, Peyton Burdick, to the plate, who's 1 for 2 on the night. And the first pitch to Burdick is way outside and wide. It's 1-0. Left-handed hitter Wendell is standing on deck. Got to figure the Braves might be going to the pen again. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. Nice slider. That one was right there on the outer edge, and it's 1-1. Wendell, the left-handed third baseman, on deck. Birdie in the hole from the right side. The 1-1 from McHugh. Slider misses wide, and it's 2-1. Braves 2, Marlins 2, 1 away. Runners on first and second, a 2-1 count. McHugh looks over his right shoulder. He kicks and deals, swing and a miss, slider, and it evens up the count at 2-2. That slider was well off the plate as well, but this time Burdick had made up his mind before that ball was ever let go that he was swinging at that. The 2-2, McHugh steps off the rubber, spins around, but no one's covering second, so he'll hold on to the ball, chasing the runner back to second base. You got 2 on, 1 away. A 2-2 pitch to the number 9 hitter. Slider way outside and wide. It's a full count at 3-2. A 2-2 pitch. 3-2 pitch on the way. McHugh's going to step off the rubber. We'll get time here. We'll reset. Runners on first and second, 1 away. 3-2 pitch to Burdick. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Nice slider right below the knees. And he could not lay off of it. And a big strikeout, a big out number 2 for the right-hander of the Atlanta Braves. So McHugh, who is standing there with 28 pitches, we're going to get a time as it looks like the Contreras' equipment that's relaying the balls and strikes to the pitcher McHugh had to be replaced. So we get a second there to reset. Joey Wendell comes in. He's 1 for 3, and they're going to leave McHugh in. The lefty righty matchup, the first pitch on the way, and it's a cutter at the knees, taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Joey Wendell single in the second inning. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. And Colin McHugh is 1 strike away from getting out of this mess. The deuces are wild. You got 2 on, 2 out, 2 strikes on Wendell. McHugh looks in, gets the sign. He looks back, kicks and deals, and inside almost gets Wendell on the sleeve. And it's 1-2. What a bad break that would have been for Colin McHugh. So he's got a 1-2 pitch to Wendell. They set up inside. It is in the dirt, taken all the way by Wendell. And it's now 2-2. So the last thing you want to do is run this thing to 3-2. You'll have a full count. At that point, runners on first and second, they'd be in motion. So a big pitch coming from the right-hander from the Atlanta Braves, Colin McHugh. The 2-2 on the way. He kicks and deals and bangs it foul down the first base line towards the dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves 2, Marlins 2. Colin McHugh, 33 pitches on the outing. The 2-2 delivery. Fastball off the plate wide. And now it is a full count to Joey Wendell. John Birdie stands on deck. So Snitker has rolled the dice to leave McHugh in. See if it pays off here. The runners will be off. McHugh takes a second to get the sign. And he flips in the 3-2 pitch, swung on and banged foul off the plate. We'll do it again at 3-2. The Atlanta Braves, when they come up to the plate in the top of the 7th inning, they'll have Contreras, Rosario, and Ozuna. Jay Jackson, the right-hander, is warming up in the Atlanta bullpen. See that Tyler Matzik is standing up. So he's might be warming up next. The 3-2 pitch swung on and hit hard right at second base. Good play by Grissom. He'll flip it over to first, and a 4-3 put out will get the Braves out of the mess. So we'll head to the top of the 7th inning. The Braves grab the bats in a tie ball game.
This time I'm gonna kick that football clear to the moon.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah.
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah, how can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in
9 months.
Armchair.
These are the good times. You hear people talk about the good old days all the time, right? Lately, if we just go back to the good old days. The good old days. Are you kidding me? These are the good old days. The good old days. We're just figuring out how to do stuff now. And we don't even have it figured out yet. You want to go to the good old days? They didn't know how to do anything back there. Nothing. You ever see the first bicycle ever made? I don't know how to make anything. But I know you don't take the smallest wheel you can find Put that in the back. And the biggest wheel on earth. And put that up front. It's a bad bike. You couldn't even get in the seat by yourself. Your friends had to fling you up there by the ends of your handlebar mustache and hope you landed on the seat. And once you started pedaling, you couldn't stop. You pedaled till you died. And that was okay because your life expectancy in the good old days, 28 years old.
My name is George. I'm unemployed and I live with my parents.
I'm Victoria. Hi.
Welcome to the jungle. Jim Rome on the air, noon to 3 Eastern, only on CBS Sports Radio.
Devlin got a job as a policeman in 1880. Died of consumption just 3 years later. His early death, said a Louisville newspaper, was an instructive example of the fruits of crookedness. The National League had survived its first scandal.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves are tied up with the Miami Marlins. It's 2-2. We head to the top of the seventh inning. Contreras, Rosario, and Ozuna coming to the plate, and the Marlins have gone to the bullpen. Wasker Brzobin is coming in to relieve Stephen Okert. Brzobin, 1.17 ERA, and the first pitch is a strike there at the belt. Taken all the way, it's 0-1. In 5 appearances, a 1.17 ERA, the 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Cutter right there at the knees, it's 0-2. He's got a 104 whip, 7 innings pitched, 11 strikeouts. The 0-2 in the dirt and wide, taken all the way by Contreras. It got away. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Braves trailed this game at 1.2-0. Scored 1 in the 4th and 1 in the 6th to tie it up. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, taken by Contreras. Good eye. It's 2-2. Phillies and Mets are tied up still. That game is in the 7th inning. It's 1-1. Ranger Suarez going head to head with Max Scherzer. Yankees lead the Red Sox 2-1. Contreras steps out of the box for a second to readjust his gloves on the 2-2 count. It's time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. The 2-2 pitch inside for a ball. And full count now at 3-2. On this date in 1964, Mickey Mantle homered from both sides of the plate for the last time in his career. At the time, leading as the 3-2 pitch is swung on and fisted over towards third. Picked up by Wendell. He fires it over to first, and there's one away. Mickey Mantle homers on both sides of the plate, his 10th time in his career. At that time, it led all Major League Baseball history. Since then, the mark is set at 14 by 2 ex-Braves. Mark Teixeira and Nick Swisher both have 14 in their career. That brings Eddie Rosario to the plate. Eddie Rosario is 1 for 2. The first pitch is outside and off the plate. 98-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 1-0. On this date in 1974, for the California Angels, the 1-0 pitch is in the dirt. Taken for a ball. It's ball 2. 2-0 to Eddie Rosario. Nolan Ryan tied the Major League Baseball record at the time with 19 strikeouts. It tied Steve Carlton from 69 and Tom Seaver from 70. The 2-0 pitch is swung on and missed for a strike. It's 2-1. That was on this date, 1974. Ryan going over to the Angels after leaving the Mets in a trade in 71. The 2-1 pitch. Bang foul off the plate. Evens up the count. It was a changeup. It's 2-2. And on this date in 1987, hard to believe it's been 35 years ago for you old school Braves fans, as the 2-2 pitch to Rosario swung on and banged foul down the left field line. We'll do it again at 2-2. On this date, 1987, the Detroit Tigers made a trade with the Atlanta Braves to get Doyle Alexander, giving up a John Smoltz in the trade, as the 2-2 pitches just gets a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 2-2. The Smoltz went on to a Hall of Fame career. The trade at the time was not looked upon as a bad trade by the Tigers. Doyle Alexander would help the Tigers win the American League East. Back then, there were no wild cards. It was division or bust. As the 2-2 pitch is swung on, broken bat over the outstretched glove of the third baseman. Rosario is going to get into first with a 1-out single. The bat is shattered and laying in between the pitcher's mound and first base. Third baseman giving chase on it, Wendell, tried to make an overhanded catch, over the shoulder catch, excuse me. Fell in between him and the left fielder, so we've got 1 on and 1 out. And Marcell Ozuna, who's 0 for 2, coming to the plate. But Alexander would go on for the Tigers that year, 9-0 with a 1.53 ERA. As the first pitch to Ozuna is down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. The Tigers were presumed as favorites against the Twins in the 87 ALCS. They lost to the Twins, and the Twins went on to beat the Cardinals in the World Series. But Alexander was a good piece to help them get as far as they did. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed by Ozuna. Cutter right there at the knees. It's 1-1. And on this date in 2008 is the 1-1 pitch. On the way, swing and a miss. Cutter off the edge. It's 1-2. On this date in 2008, the Boston Red Sox would score 10 runs in the first inning, but would have to hold on to barely beat the Texas Rangers 19-17, tying an American League record with 36 runs that game. The 1-2 pitch is fouled off the plate. And we'll do it again at 1-2. 36 runs were scored in that game. And that's on this date in 2008. And that's your turn back time. So a 2-2 score, runner on first, 1 away. Marcell Ozuna. The 1-2 pitch fouled off his instep of his shoe. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is Vaughn Grissom with 1 away. Eddie Rosario standing on first after the broken bat single. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit hard right at third base from his knees. It's going to be a 5-4-3 double play, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves put 1 on, but Ozuna bangs into the double play. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch. Braves Country Baseball.
All right. Can't see you. Let me hear you. Hey, Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue, Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around at the old ball game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys she knew, she made the gang sing this song.
Me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the crowd. Buy me the peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Miami Marlins are tied at 2 apiece as we head to the bottom of the 7th in Miami. Coming out of the bullpen, it will be Tyler Matzek. Matzek is set to face Birdie, Aguilar, and Blade. So it'll be a lefty-righty matchup to get it going here. Matzek bends down on the stretch, and the first pitch on the way is rifled down the left field line, just foul, and it's 0-1. Birdie 1 for 3 on the night. He singled his first time up, struck out in the second, and flew out in the fourth. The 0-1 delivery on the way, fastball at the knees. And I don't know where that missed, but it's called a ball. It's 1-1. Matzek put it right there at the knees and over the plate. The home plate umpire, Nick Lentz, missed it again. The 1-1 swing and a miss. Strike 2, 93 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 1-2. Tyler Matzek deals the 1-2 pitch and slider just below the knees inside, evens up the count at 2-2. Birdie does have 2 home runs on the year, 19 RBIs. And the 2-2 pitch swung on and hit hard and high, deep into left field, off the left field wall. He'll cruise into second base with the leadoff double. And the speedster for the Marlins is in scoring position, his 11th double of the season. So that's a bad start for Tyler Matzek. Matzek, sure, in the back of his mind, he's thinking about that strike he didn't get from home plate umpire Nick Lentz. He's got to turn the page here. Jesus Aguilar, who's 0 for 3 on the night, is a dangerous right-handed batter. Had some big hits against the Braves in the past. First pitch on the way from Matzik is a fastball, top of the zone, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves 2, Marlins 2, nobody out. John Birdie, the speedster, stands on second. Always a threat to steal. Don't know if he would try to steal third, but he does have the wheels. The 0-1 pitch from Matzik as he looks over his shoulder and swung on and banged foul back behind home plate. It's 0-2. On deck is the center fielder, Blade. Brian Anderson, who's got 2 hits on the day, is in the hole. Oh-2 pitch to Aguilar is in the dirt down below the knees. Good eye by Aguilar. It's 1-2. They're heading to the 8th inning in New York. Phillies and Mets are tied at 1. Contreras comes out to the mound to talk to Matzik. Go over some strategy. Braves are playing Aguilar to pull. So if he bangs anything to the right side, could get through for a go-ahead single. The 1-2 from Matzik. Birdie's on the move. Contreras fires it down to third, and he's got him. Birdie caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Contreras throws an absolute hose down to third. I think the Marlins are looking to see if they do want to challenge this. Looks like they do want to challenge it. It's a good throw by Contreras, and that is going to be hard to overturn. He's sliding in. His hands are coming into the base. And by the time he hits his arm, you could make the argument that his hands could be on the bag, but it is bang, bang. That's going to be hard to overturn. You don't normally see those overturned when it's that close. They usually lean on the fact that the umpire is standing right there over it. But we've seen worse. So we'll have to hold on here while we wait on that. Let's go ahead and do some birthdays. It's birthday time here on Braves Country Baseball. We await. Almost looks like that the glove may have touched the hand before and then went and hit the arm, which would mean he would be out. But if you get from the other look from home plate, it doesn't look like that the glove, they are going to call him out. They are going to uphold the call. I think that was just too difficult of an angle to overturn that. If you ask someone looking at that from all angles, what you think most likely happened, he probably did get underneath the tag, but that is a difficult one to overturn. So Mattingly and the Marlins don't like it. But Birdie got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Contreras, a great throw. Good tag by Riley as well. Bang, bang play. So we'll go back to a 2-2 count to Aguilar, and Matzik kicks and deals, and it is a slider in the dirt down below the knees. It's a full count at 3-2. Happy 26th birthday to Julio Urias, left-hander for the Los Angeles Dodgers, 44 wins since 2016. The 3-2 pitch outside, taken for a ball. And it's a 1-out walk for the Marlins with the lefty center fielder Bidet coming to the plate. Happy 28th birthday to Ian Happ, the Chicago Cubs, 802 career OPS. He was one of the guys that the Braves were eyeing in the trade deadline. That's your baseball birthdays. Happy 51st birthday to Pete Sampras, 14 Grand Slam titles. Remember Plaxico Burress of the New York Giants that shot himself in the club accidentally? He's 45 years old today. First pitch on the way to Bleday is a slider at the knees, taking first strike. It's 0-1. Tyson Fury, the boxer, turns 34 years old today. Antoine Walker of the Boston Celtics is 46. The 0-1 pitch. They're going to flip it over to first. As there's a pinch runner in for Aguilar. They flip it over first to get him, and a good throw would have gotten the runner. He was leaning, but Matzik threw it to the other side of the first base bag. No chance for Olson to apply the tag. Matzik looks over, the runner's going, and he's going to have second base stolen with ease as the ball flipped out of Contreras' glove. It's a 1-1 count. Luke Williams is the pinch runner. Finally got that update. Luke Williams is 10th stolen base on the season. So as quickly as they got rid of Birdie out of scoring position, Luke Williams gets into scoring position. I don't think Contreras would have had a chance. He was standing on his knees thinking about throwing to second. Luke Williams got a great jump. The 1-1 pitch is a slider in the dirt, swung on and missed. It's 1-2. There's no way Contreras is throwing out the Speedy Williams from his knees. By the time the ball got to the plate, he was over 2/3 of the way there. 1-2 delivery from Matzik. He 95-mile-an-hour fastball hit high and deep, but plenty foul into the seats. It's 1-2. You're just joining us and missed the news earlier. Fernando Tatis of the San Diego Padres, 80-game suspension for performance-enhancing drugs. They're expecting to get him back for the first time this year very soon. The 1-2 to Bleday. Fastball misses high. It's 2-2. Finish off those birthdays. George Hamilton is 83 years old today. And Sir Mix-a-Lot, 59 years old. And that's your birthdays. Braves are sitting in a shift to the right side in the infield. The 2-2 pitch is Williams is a huge lead off. Matzik finally steps off the mound to turn around, and Swanson was heading towards second. I mean, he's got an enormous lead. So Matzik gets ready again on the 2-2 count to Bidet, and slider misses below the knees. It's 3-2. Brian Anderson stands on deck. So you got a 3-2 count, runner on second, one away. The go-ahead run stands on second, and Speedy Luke Williams. Matzik looks over shoulder. He kicks and deals. Swing and a miss, strike three. Foul tipped into the glove of William Contreras for out number 2. Huge strikeout that will bring Brian Anderson to the plate, and they are going to walk Anderson. I was wondering about that. So he was stepping to the plate. Brian Anderson, the right-hander, is going to head down to first on the automatic walk, intentional walk. Get him out of the way. And that should bring Rojas to the plate. Gil Rojas will step in. He's 1 for 2 on the night. And the first pitch is swung on and hit high, but not very deep into right field. Underneath it is Ronald Acuna Jr. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. So the Marlins threaten, but the Braves keep them off the board. We'll head to the top of the 8th. Grissom, Harris, Acuna coming to the dish.
I've been doing a lot of thinking.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't think we should see each other anymore.
No, it's fine. No problem. I'll meet somebody else.
Yeah.
Sure. See, things always even out for me. Anyway, it's been really nice dating you for a while. And good luck.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner. Oh, now he's gone into center field. The Marlins have won the World Series. Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the 9th, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Red Sox fans have long to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left one hit. What a team. What a ride. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. On June 25th, 1976, in a doubleheader against the White Sox, Toby Harrah became the only shortstop ever to play every single inning of a doubleheader and not get a single ball hit to him.
Cobb's ferocity drove his team to the pennant in 1907 and himself to the batting championship of the American League. At 20 years and 10 months, Ty Cobb was the youngest man ever to win a big league batting title. He would win 7 more in a row, 12 in 13 years. He was, one writer said, a cyclone, a tornado, a typhoon, all rolled into one.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves may not have played their best game of 2022 tonight, but they have a tie ball game. It's 2-2. We head to the top of the 8th with Grissom, Harris, and Acuna. Eliza Hernandez is in for the Marlins bullpen, and the first pitch is a slider taken on the inside part of the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. Hernandez used to be a starter for the Marlins. The 0-1 pitch is swung on, and that ball's hammered down the left field line. It's going to go up against the wall. Grissom rounds first. He heads into second, and it's a leadoff double for the kid. Vaughn Grissom doubled into the corner. Another slider, one very similar to the first pitch that he took. And this one, he absolutely roasted it deep into left field. And he stands on second base as the go-ahead run with Michael Harris the second. At the plate, the first pitch to Harris is swung on and banged foul towards the first base dugout. It's 0-1. Youth of the Braves right here Grissom on second. Harris at the plate. Acuna, considered the old man right now, is on deck. As they fire it over to second base to keep Grissom close by. He's well under the tag. We'll do it again at 0-1. Harris love to at least get Grissom over to third base with one away. The 0-1 pitch is a fastball fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. If Harris could get Grissom over to second base, they would have a big decision to make. Do you pitch to Acuna or not? And the 0-2 pitch from Hernandez swung on and fouled back out of play. 93-mile-an-hour fastball just out of the zone, but too close to take. Good job by Harris to stay alive. It's 0-2. Warming up in the Atlanta Braves bullpen is Kirby Yates, who was just recently activated this week. First time he's thrown a pitch in Major League Baseball since 2020. The 0-2 pitch, taken low for a ball, slider, well below the knees. Good eye by Harris. It's 1-2. Saw a quote by Yates today where he talked about the butterflies he had coming out of the pen being so big, almost like it was his first ever appearance. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and hammered high. It's hit deep. It's going back. Jackpot, baby, over the wall. It's a 4-2 lead for your Atlanta Braves. Four-seam fastball, intercut, and Michael Harris turned on a dime and roped it over the right field wall. An absolute laser into the night. And the Braves lead by 2 with Acuna coming to the plate and nobody out. That was a mistake pitch that Hernandez would love to have back. Batting practice, about belt high. And it got out in a hurry. I can't wait to see the stat on that. Pull it up here in a second for you. The first pitch to Acuna is swung on and fouled down the right field line. Hit it deep, but plenty foul. It's 0-1. Michael Harris, 111 miles an hour off the bat, 21-degree angle. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and fouled back again. Same pitch, same location, same result. It's 0-2. Traveled just 364 feet, but got out in just 2 seconds. The 0-2 pitch to Acuna on the way, slider down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. So just like that, Atlanta, who has not had their best game tonight, found a way to stick around with this bullpen, this new and improved bullpen that Atlanta has. The 1-2 pitch right there at the knees, taken for a strike. Ronald Acuna Jr. is down on strikes, and there's one away. Grissom and Harris, who of course both came up in the AA system, the single A system in the Atlanta Braves organization, they're high-fiving and hugging in the dugout. Nothing but laughs. I thought that was a great clip the other night. If you didn't see it, when Grissom hit his home run, Harris was on base, and Harris was standing at home plate with his hands up for joy and jumping up and down as Grissom was heading towards home with his first ever home run. First pitch is low and out of the zone to Swanson. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch is Swung on and bending foul. It'll stay in the stadium, but just in between the first baseman and the right fielder. Diaz and Anderson gave chase. The ball dropped in between them in foul territory and then bounced out of play. So Swanson gets a chance to get another couple of hacks. The 1-1 pitch to Swanson. On the way, swung on, and same result popped up. Giving chase is Anderson and Diaz again. Anderson calls him off the right fielder. Diaz goes to the turf. Brian Anderson makes the catch, and there's 2 away. 2 of them almost collided. That brings Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley's 1 for 3 with a double. In the first pitch to Austin, Hernandez kicks and deals, fastball inside, and that ball is hit high and deep into right field. Making the play is Anderson again, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves take a 2-run lead as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's 4-2 Atlanta. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The legendary Derek Jeter holds a pretty impressive record. He's played the most games at one defensive position without ever playing another, with 2,674 games at shortstop. Hall of Famer Jim Palmer is arguably the best Orioles pitcher ever. He had the most wins in the 70s and was remarkably good at limiting homers. Over his 19-year career in the league, Palmer never gave up a grand slam or allowed back-to-back home runs. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
Armchair.
1889. If I cannot get my release, I must protect myself in another way. I'm over 40 and my fielding ain't so good, though I can still hit some. But I will say this, no man is going to sell my carcass unless I get half. Deacon White, Pittsburgh Alleghenies.
There was a time when the National League stood for integrity and fair dealing. Today it stands for dollars and cents. Once it looked to the elevation of the game and an honest exhibition of the sport. Today its eyes are on the turnstile. Players have been bought, sold, and exchanged as though they were sheep instead of American citizens. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Appreciate you stopping in and spending your Friday night with us. We're here every Friday night, every Tuesday night for Braves Country Baseball here in Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Your Atlanta Braves lead it 4-2, and Kirby Yates is coming in. Kirby Yates has a career 3.54 ERA and 57 saves. He was injured, Tommy John surgery in 2020. Just pitched, I believe, 4 innings in 2020. It's the first pitch from Yates is a fastball inside. It's 1-0. 2019, he was an all-star for the Toronto Blue Jays. The Braves signed him to a 2-year deal, knowing that this first year they wouldn't get him till late. The 1-0 pitch. Nasty splitter right there at the knees, called for a ball. That was close. It's 2-0. You got to like the way it's set up now for Atlanta. On most nights, you're going to have Yates, Iglesias, Jansen in the back end of the bullpen. The 2-0 pitch is fouled back out of play. It's 2-1. And that's from the right side. From the left side, you've got Minter. Then, of course, Matzik, who was just in the game. He's getting better and better each time out. And Dylan Lee, who has struggled a bit last couple outings, has been very good this year. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled, tipped into the glove. It's 2-2. Mets and Phillies are still tied. It's 1-1. It looks like they're in the 9th inning in Queens. The 2-2 from Yates. He kicks and deals. Fastball high. It's 3-2. You don't know how long it'll take Yates to become Yates after 2 years away from the game. But the hope is, and he's been pretty good in the minors. The hope is he gets back to form quickly. The 3-2 pitch swung on, hit hard, but right at Olson. He'll grab it, step on the bag, and there's one away. Hard hit ball to the right side, but Olson was right there. The Mets, by the way, are heading to the bottom of the 9th, tied with Philadelphia. And it looks like the Mets have already burned their closer. So if Philly can get it to the extra innings, they may have the advantage. I don't know if the Phillies ever have the advantage when it goes into bullpens, but so Yates will now face Stallings. Stallings is 2 for 3 on the night. The number 8 hitter, the catcher. Is it a double, a single? The first pitch is on the way, and it is a fastball off the plate, 94 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Braves doubleheader tomorrow, 1 o'clock and 7 o'clock Eastern. It's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball inside. It's 2-0. Early game tomorrow with the Braves and Marlins. Right now it's scheduled to be Ian Anderson versus Jesus Luzardo. It's a 1:10 first pitch. The 2-0 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into left field off the wall. It's going to be a double. Rosario looked lost. The ball went over his head. I don't know if he thought that ball was going out. It was hit hard for sure. But the way that he reacted at the wall, I think he just ran out of room, didn't realize how fast that ball was coming down, hit to the top of the wall. Thankfully, Harris was backing up the play. He got it in. And Stallings stands at second with a 1-out double. The late game tomorrow at 7 o'clock Eastern. They haven't posted the starters officially, but the Braves are expected to go with Strider. As the first pitch to the number 9 hitter Burdick is taken for a strike at the knees, it's 0-1. So when guys have gotten a hold of the ball tonight, it has flown as it normally does in Marlins Park. Indoor facility. The 0-1 pitch is fastball right down the heart of the plate. Maybe outer cut. It's 0-2. The Braves can hold on and win. They will either gain a game on the Mets, who they trail by 7 for the NL East lead, or they'll gain a game on the Phillies, who they lead by 3.5. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt gets away from Contreras, and that's going to send Stallings down to third. Slow-footed catcher easily goes from second to third as that ball goes to the backstop, and it's 1-2. So the splitter got away Contreras was unable to get out in front of it. You see that quite a bit nowadays. The catchers that are being taught to always catch with on their knee. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and hit hard and deep into left field, off the wall. Rosario's got it. He'll fire it into the infield, and Grissom was asleep at the wheel. A run scores. I don't think he realized that the runner was coming around first and diving into second. He got the ball by the time he woke up. The runner had dove into second base and beaten Grissom to the punch. Yates gives up another double, and Grissom nonchalantly went to apply the tag after he realized that he was going for it. So Snicker comes out. He's going to the pen. Yates is going to the showers. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead it by 1.
Here's my problem with cats. Best case scenario, you get the smartest cat in the world. He still craps in your house. I'll tell you what, Kitty. Instead of getting a cat, why don't we all just stop flushing?
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I was a natural-born kicker, bent upon making trouble for others. I had an instinctive dislike both to study and work, and I shirked them whenever the opportunity offered. Cap Anson.
His real name was Adrian Constantine Anson, but those who cheered him for 27 years knew him first as Baby, then as Cap, and finally as Pop. He was the greatest player of his century. Anson played every position but pitcher for the Philadelphia Athletics, then joined Spalding's Chicago White Stockings and became first baseman and captain. He batted over 300 for 20 consecutive seasons, drove in 1,700 runs, and was the first man ever to accumulate 3,000 hits. Chicago fans loved Anson, but his players did not. He was too stern a taskmaster for that, imposing bed checks, levying $100 fines for beer drinking, insisting they report for a new early season workout he called spring training. Cap Anson was the symbol, one writer said, of all that was strong and good in baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-3. That's the good news. The bad news is the Marlins have a rally going. They've already scored one. They got a runner on second with one away. And Garrett Cooper is coming in to pinch hit. Cooper is hitting for Wendell. So it's a righty-lefty matchup as A.J. Minter comes out of the pen. And the first pitch on the way from Minter is swung on and missed. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. Garrett Cooper batting .274, 7 home runs, 42 RBIs, but he has been a Braves killer in the past. The 0-1 pitch from Minter. He kicks and deals, and it's down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Cooper batting .462 lifetime versus the Braves with runners in scoring position. A.J. Minter gets the sign from Contreras. The 1-1 swung on and fouled back out of play. Looked like the changeup. It's 1-2. The runner standing on second base is Burdick, the left fielder. So he's got pretty good wheels. The 1-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike three, 97 miles an hour. And Cooper could not catch up. There's 2 away. By the way, the Phillies and Mets had a runner on third base with 1 away. It was a shallow fly ball. They tried to run on the Mets left fielder. Couldn't make out who it was, but long story short, the Mets were dead meat at the plate. They're heading to the 10th inning tied up. So that brings John Birdie to the plate. Birdie is 2 for 4. Lefty-righty matchup, and it is a changeup in the dirt. It's 1-0. Braves 4, Marlins 3. Atlanta looking to either gain a game on the Mets and get closer. They'd be within 6 of first, or they'd be 4.5 in front of the Phillies. The 1-0 pitch misses outside, way outside. Ball 2, it's 2-0. The right-handed Aguilar stands on deck. Birdie, the speedster, he steps out of the box for a second. And the 2-0 pitch from Minter. He kicks and deals, and it's a cutter inside. It's 3-0. Braves cling to that 1-run lead. A 2-run home run by Michael Harris gave the Braves a 2-run lead in the top of the inning. Marlins hit back-to-back doubles to bring it within 1 in this inning. The 3-0 pitch. Cutter on the outer edge, called for a strike. It's 3-1. Birdie didn't like it, thought it was outside. It was right there. It was one of those 50-50 pitches. The 3-1 pitch on the way for Minter. He kicks and deals, swung on and popped up in the infield. Underneath it is Grissom, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Marlins score 1. It's a 1-run game in Miami. The Braves will have Olsen, Contreras, and Rosario coming to the dish.
The Bears. The Bears.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. He had been the finest pitcher of the 1870s. He learned his baseball from Harry Wright, who had paid him $1,500 a year to pitch for the Boston Red Stockings. In 1876, he left Boston for Chicago, lured by William Hulbert's offer of a $500 raise and 25% of the gate. But Spalding had still bigger things in mind. At age 27, he stopped pitching entirely to become a full-time promoter of baseball and himself.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves are clinging to a 4-3 lead. Luke Williams is going to stay in the game and play third base for the Marlins. Richard Blyer comes in to relieve Eliza Hernandez, the left-hander from the Marlins bullpen, to face Matt Olson to start it off. And the first pitch is delivered and swung on and fouled off the bat by Olson over the third base dugout, and it's 0-1. Olson, Contreras, and Rosario. So you got two lefties and a righty set to face Blyer. Olson with a solo shot earlier in the game. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and grounded over to second, right at Birdie. Birdie's got it, flips it over to first, and a 4-3 put out. And there's one away. Olson got the scoring going for the Braves, hitting a solo shot in the fourth inning when the Braves trailed 2-0. 2 runs were scored against Atlanta in the second. Could have been worse. Odorizzi just did not have it tonight. William Contreras, who's 0 for 3 with 2 groundouts and a strikeout, steps to the plate, and the first pitch is a call wide strike. It's 0-1. Braves scored another run in the fifth to tie it up. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed, kind of a half-hearted swing by Contreras. Think he was fooled on that pitch. It's a cutter upstairs. It's 0-2. And then Michael Harris, after a leadoff double by Vaughn Grissom, Michael Harris, the second, hit a 2-run bomb to give the Braves a 4-2 lead. Miami scored 1 in the bottom of that inning, inning number 8, and that's where we stand now at 4-3. You got an 0-2 pitch to Contreras from Blyer, swung on and rifled up the middle over the glove and over the head of the pitcher in between second and short into center field. And it's a 1-out single for William Contreras. Good piece of hitting by Contreras. Just leaned down and went right with it. They were playing him to pull, but the one place that they didn't have anyone on that left side of the infield, Contreras hit it where they ain't. And there's 1 on, 1 out. And Robbie Grossman steps to the plate to pinch hit for Eddie Rosario. Grossman with the 900 plus OPS from the right-hand side of the plate. The first pitch on the way, swung on and hit hard, but just foul. A diving Luke Williams at third made the catch and jumped to his feet. I don't think he would have been able to throw out Grossman. It would have been close. It was a 2-hopper. Still a pretty impressive defensive play by Williams. Whether or not he would have had to play at Contreras at second, I doubt that as well. So Grossman on an 0-1 count, 1 on, 1 out. Blyer throws it over to first to keep Contreras close by. We'll do it again at 0-1. Grossman has a 599 OPS overall, but his OPS from the right side of the plate versus left-handers is a switch hitter. The 0-1 pitch is outside wide. It's 1-1. One of the reasons why the Braves went and made the trade, because they knew they would be platooning him. That 900 plus OPS against lefties. The 1-1 pitch from Blyer swung on, and a one hopper to third. Did it stay fair? It looked like it went foul. It did go foul. We'll do it again at 1-2. Williams is catching some ribbing from his dugout there on the third base side. I think they're giving him a hard time because the youngster said 2 balls hit to him, and neither one of them has been fair. He's just itching to throw it over to first. So it's a 1-2 count to Grossman. Blyer flips it back over to first to keep the runner close. Contreras, not much of a threat to run, but he will pick his spots. I don't know if he would run against a lefty in this situation, but we'll see. Blyer looks in, kicks and deals. The 1-2 pitch is high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. Braves 4, Marlins 3. Top of the 9th inning, game 1 of a 4-game series. Braves play a doubleheader again tomorrow. Hopefully it turns out better than it did last week. Last week we took the Friday night game from the Mets and then dropped the doubleheader on Saturday. The 2-2 pitch off the plate, wide, ball 3, full count to Grossman. Standing on deck is Marcell Ozuna. So you got a full count. Contreras doesn't have much of a lead. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back against the screen. We'll do it one more time at 3-2. Grossman coming over in the deal from Detroit. 23 home runs last year. The 3-2 pitch swung on and hit hard, but foul down the third base line. So runner on first, one away. Braves with the 1-run lead in the top of the 9th inning. Grossman asks for time, steps out of the box, so we'll reset. Phillies have taken a 2-1 lead. They head to the bottom of the 10th with that ghost runner rule. The 3-2 pitch taken right there inside for a strike, and Grossman knew it. Nasty sinker right there at the knees, caught him looking, and there's 2 away. Grossman did not argue with it. He realized it had handcuffed him. So that'll bring Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna 0 for 3, strikeout, ground out, double play. Saw a pretty funny meme today about Ozuna and that. The first pitch is swung on and grounded over to second base, and Birdie will grab it, flip it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So the Marlins will grab the bats. The 3, 4, and 5 hitters are due up, and the Braves trying to slam the door shut on a 1-run lead. It's the Armchair Quarterbacks pregame show all summer long. Armchair Quarterbacks are doing play-by-play right here on YouTube, Tuesday nights, Thursday nights, and Friday nights. Jumping on early with the Armchair Quarterback Show, getting you caught up in the world of sports and ready for the first pitch. It's the Armchair Quarterbacks pregame show all summer long, right here, Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your CBS Sports affiliate.
Lager.
The beer that brought the forest down. I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle Trump pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere. Lager brings out the patriot in you.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up, there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V-Power Nitro Plus, save up with the Fuel Rewards program, and snack up to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell.
Every little town out there on the prairie had its own ball team and ball grounds, and we challenged them all. It wasn't easy to win those games. Each of those towns had its own umpire, so you really had to go some to win. We were gone 3 or 4 weeks. We'd take up a collection at the games, pass the hat, and that paid our expenses, or some of them anyway. One of the boys was the cook, but all he could cook was round steak. We'd drive along the country roads, and if we came to a stream, we'd go swimming. Came to an apple orchard, we'd fill up on apples. If we were near some fairgrounds, we'd slip in there. If we were near a barn, well, Sam Crawford, Wahoo, Nebraska.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead by 1. And Kenley Jansen comes into the game to try to slam the door shut. Won't be easy. He's got to face the 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Luke Williams, who came in for Aguilar, Blade, and Brian Anderson. Brian Anderson 2 for 3 on the day with the intentional walk as well. He's got a home run. Luke Williams from the right side of the plate, and he's got speed. He came in to pinch run, for Jesus Aguilar in the 8th inning. He'll stay in. He's digging into the plate. Marlins, by the way, with 11 runners left on base. Braves with just 3. Braves with just 8 hits and 4 runs. Marlins 3 runs and 12 hits. No errors in the game so far. First pitch on the way is a cutter inside. Just misses. It's 1-0. Kenley Jansen looks in. He shimmy and shakes the 1-0 pitch. Tried to drop a bunt down, missed it for a strike. It's 1-1. Williams trying to use that speed to get on. Jansen. 1-1 pitch on the way to Williams. Swing and a miss. Cutter up top. It's 1-2. Good pitch by Jansen. That cutter just dipped inside, kept moving. Williams could not catch up. The Phillies have knocked off the New York Mets 2-1 in extra innings. The 1-2 from Jansen swung on and missed, strike 3. Cutter right down the heart of the plate, and Williams could not make contact. So that'll bring up the left-handed bat of Blade. JJ Blade does have 2 home runs on the year, a 701 OPS, 2 strikeouts, a flat. He's hit a couple of balls hard foul. Lefty righty matchup here as Blade steps in with the open stance. Jansen kicks and deals. Cutter, top of the zone, did not get the benefit of the doubt. It's 1-0. It's a close pitch. Braves 4, Marlins 3, bottom of the 9th inning. The 1-0 delivery. Cutter, top shelf, called for a strike. It's 1-1. Braves still have a couple of pitchers in that bullpen. They have not used one. In case they do get in trouble, they still have Raciel Iglesias out there. They'd like to save him for the doubleheader tomorrow. The 1-1 pitch. Misses high, ball 2. It's 2-1. The Braves win this. They can move within 6 games of the New York Mets, who lost tonight to Philadelphia. They would also stay 3.5 in front of Philly. The 2-1. Cutter missed high, 94 miles an hour, top of the zone. It's 3-1. Has not been many clean innings at all for Atlanta. I believe just one all night. Jansen looks in on the 3-1 pitch to Bleday. Contreras sets up outside. Here's a 3-1 sinker way low and out of the zone. And he walks Anderson, the tying run on base, the winning run coming to the plate in the form of Brian Anderson. Bleday heading down to first base, the center fielder, obviously with speed. So Atlanta trying to get out of this mess. A 1-run lead, 1 man on, 1 away. Brian Anderson, 2 for 3 on the night, steps in from the right side of the dish. And the first pitch is on the way. Jansen, shimmy and shakes, and it's a cutter inside. It's 1-0. Kenley Jansen. Looking into the teeth of this Marlins lineup, Olsen having to hold the runner on. So there's a gap over there on the right side, and the 1-0 pitch is high and out of the zone. It's 2-0. Kenley Jansen not being able to find the strike zone. So you got a 2-0 count, 1 on, 1 away. Jansen desperately needing a strike here. He kicks and deals and swung on and fouled back out of play up against the backstop. It's 2-1. That's one of those pitches that it looks like Anderson just missed. You see those balls go straight back and smack the backstop screen. You know they didn't miss it by much. Jansen flips it over to first. Keep the runner close by. Not a true pickoff play, just kind of stepped off and tossed it over there. Two 2-1 pitch on the way to Brian Anderson. And here's the delivery from Jansen. He kicks and deals, swung on and popped up over towards the first base side, just bends out of play, and it's 2-2. Anderson fell to his knee and slammed the bat on the ground, because I think he thought that was going to be a pop out. Instead, lives to fight another day on a 2-2 count. So 2-2, 1 on, 1 out. Standing on deck is Rojas. Here's the delivery. He shakes, rattles, and rolls a strikeout. And there's 2 away. Good pitch by Kenley Jansen. A cutter that he couldn't lay off of. It was just on top of the zone. Might have been a ball, but way too close to take. Foul tipped it into the glove of Contreras. And there's 2 away. Marlins down to their last out in the form of the number 6 hitter, Miguel Rojas, who's 1 for 3, a single, a walk, a run. Does have 6 home runs on the year. A 615 OPS, batting .232 from the right side of the plate. And the first pitch from Jansen. So he looks in, shimmy and shakes, kicks and deals, and 92-mile-an-hour cutter right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Braves 4, Marlins 3. Bottom of the 9th inning in Miami. An 0-1 count on Rojas. The tying run at first. Rojas representing the winning run. They're tied up in Boston, Yankees and Red Sox in the bottom of the 9th. The 0-1 pitch way outside and the runner's going, and he has second base stolen. It was a wide pitch, a very good jump by Bleday. Contreras had no shot of getting him. So now the tying run stands on second. A 1-1 count to Rojas. Braves outfield, by the way, is playing extremely deep. The 1-1 pitch. Cutter high. It's 2-1. Any kind of broken batter is going to drop in to tie the game. We know Kenley Jansen with that cutter has had many a CNI singles. Braves are defending against the double, I guess. They're trying to prevent the winning run from going into scoring position. Jansen falling behind again in the count. The 2-1 pitch from Kenley is sinker down and low and away, and it's 3-1. Contreras now coming out to talk to Jansen. He's thrown 18 pitches and only 8 for strikes. Even with all that said, he's just 1 out away from getting out of this mess. Never seems to be easy when Kenley's on the mound. Braves lead it by 1. Diaz is on deck, the left-handed first baseman. Jansen looks in. He kicks the delivery, and it is a cutter way inside, wide, ball 4. Nowhere close to the zone. And there's runners on first and second with 2 away. Here comes Kranitz, which means he's just coming out there to talk to Jansen. Normally, if they're going to make a move, it's Snitker. So while Kranitz goes to talk to Jansen, look at the scoreboard real quick. As we said before, the Phillies beat the Mets 2-1. St. Louis leads Milwaukee 3-0 in the 7th. Baltimore 10, Tampa Bay 3, bottom 9. Seattle 3-1 over Texas in the 6th. San Diego 8-2 over Washington in the 8th. Cleveland beat Toronto 8-0. Kranitz goes back to the dugout, and we're getting set for the first pitch. Diaz. So lefty-righty matchup. Diaz, who is 1 for 3 on the night. Kenley Jansen lifts his leg, kicks and deals, and cutter right down the pipe. Called for a strike. It's 0-1. If Diaz keeps it going, Stallings, who is 3 for 4 on the night, is standing on deck. The 0-1 pitch from Jansen on the way, and that sinker way off the plate again. It's 1-1. He is not hit with that sinker. It is tailed off and jumped off the plate. Not sure if that's by design or if I think he's just losing control of it. So here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and hit high and not very deep into right field. Underneath it is Acuna for out number 3. The Braves dance out of danger, and Atlanta somehow, some way, finds a way to win the game. 4-3 your score. He swung it, was most likely a pitch down and away that with one strike he probably could have taken, but he got it out on the edge of the bat and couldn't get much on it, and Acuna puts it away. So the Atlanta Braves win game 1 of this 4-game series, doubleheader tomorrow, game on Sunday, and then they get ready for the Mets. The Mets lose tonight, so the Braves are within 6. They're still 3.5 in front of Philly. And tomorrow, Ian Anderson, the early game, Strider, the late game, 1 o'clock and 7 o'clock first pitches. We'll be back Tuesday night, Braves Mets. 4-3 is your score. The Atlanta Braves get the win. Tyler Matzik is given the win. Yates and Minter both given holds. Kenley Jansen gets his 25th save of the year, and the loss goes to Hernandez, who came in relief. There were 10,459 at Marlins Park tonight. 3 hours and 37 minutes was the game. 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Atlanta. 3 runs, 12 hits, no errors for Miami. The Marlins left 13 runners on base, and the Braves hold on 4-3. Have a great night, y'all. Armchair Quarterbacks 1 is back tomorrow with the Saturday morning kickoff show, talking baseball, football, and everything else. We'll see you Tuesday night. Braves fans. The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. But somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Gonna get another cigarette.